like you're gonna commit some identity theft, like, hey,
Yeah.
it's me.
That's
I
exactly.
got like 500 forms of ID. Yeah, I think, I don't even be having to deal with that stuff. You'll have to do it during the day. Yeah, there's
I
really.
can't, Monday, I can't get in there, I'm going in there and suck it up and think that that's gonna be my day.
Yeah, you know what, that's something we probably need to get together with us, the defense attorneys, and judges,
Paper clips and binder clips.
Yeah.
Oh. That's usually safe. You can take it back on one of that.
Who lost?
I did.
What? So you guys had faith in me, John?
Of course.
Thanks. See? Andy, shame on you.
I didn't necessarily meditation because I wasn't taking it.
He had never actually anything.
Okay. These pictures look good. So. All right. So it'll be yeah. Cool.
Exactly.
Seated. Good morning.
Morning.
Today is Friday, October 7th, 2022. This is another day of trial in the case of State of Ohio plaintiff versus George Washington Wagner IV. Case number 2018 CR 155. The defendant is present in court today with his attorneys John Parker and Richard Nash. The State of Ohio is represented by prosecuting attorney Rob Jung, special prosecuting attorneys Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson, and also present is Ryan Scheiderer, special agent with Ohio BCI&I. Is counsel for each party ready for the jury to be brought up?
Yes, sir. Yes.
You all be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see you all here. We begin another day of trial. We're still on the state side of the case. We just finished with the state's witness yesterday before recessing until this morning. Is the state ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Can we do so?
We'll recall Agent Todd.
I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
You may be seated. The state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you go ahead and give everyone your name again, please?
Todd Fortner, Special Agent with BCI.
And Agent Fortner, can you tell everybody, once again, what do you do for BCI?
Currently, I'm in the Special Investigations Unit. At the time of this event, I was in the Crime Scene Unit.
And they are in the crime scene unit. Were you in the crime scene unit back in 2017 as well?
Yes,
At some point, as a crime scene agent back in 2017, would you assist investigative agents as they obtain search warrants and search different properties?
yes, we would.
I want to take you back to May 12th of 2017. May 12th, 2017, did you have the opportunity to participate in a search warrant related to the Rhoden homicides?
Yes, I did.
All right. And specifically, prior to that search warrant, again, did you become aware through the investigative agents that the Wagner family had stored some property at 28171 State Route 41 in Adams County?
Yes, there were a couple trucks and several trailers.
And based on that information, did agents obtain a search warrant to search those trucks and trailers at that property?
They did.
Could you give the jury just briefly, what was the logistical plan for doing this? Where were you guys going to meet? How many agents were doing it? Were there multiple search warrants going on that day? Just give them kind of the background on that.
I'm not sure about multiple search warrants. I know our search warrant at this property included myself, Special Agent Ed Hunter, and Special Agent Matt Speckman from the crime scene unit, as well as several other special agents from other units and local law enforcement as well. We divided the trucks and trailers into different scenes, and we each began working a different scene, just going through all the contents of the trailers and the trucks.
And with respect to documenting and collecting evidence, what was your role there at that scene that day?
Yes, my job, we photographed all the items. We collected any items that seemed pertinent to the investigation. We also had subject matter experts there, analysts and agents who had worked basically full-time on this case for the whole time, so they knew if we had any question about whether something might be pertinent to the investigation, we would ask for their expertise on whether or not it should be collected.
Okay, you brought up a point I want to follow up on. Back in this time, 2017, were you working other cases other than just the Rhoden case as well?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and from time to time, would you be called to help out and assist on the Rhoden case?
Yes, occasionally, but I was not assigned to it full-time.
Okay. Was there a core of investigator and analysts and people who their 100% focus was that case?
Yes, there was.
Would you, again, give those folks information with respect to evidence you found or things you documented and seek their guidance on what was important in the case?
Yes.
Now, on the day that you did this search, do you remember, did you go straight out to the scene? Did you guys meet anywhere first? How was the plan?
I don't recall. I believe we met somewhere first, but I don't recall specifically.
When you got out to State Route 41, again, did you find that there were different vehicles, trailers on that property that you were going to need to search?
Yes.
And how did you designate those vehicles? What did you call them? Did you call them by their vehicles? Did you designate them some special way?
We designated scene 1 through 5. I know one was a enclosed white trailer, and then we would go on, a truck, maybe a scene, the trailer attached to it, maybe a scene. I believe there was one trailer that did not contain anything that was not labeled a scene.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, the state's exhibits CC1 through CC11. Can you take a look at those for me? Did you recognize those documents?
Yes, there are photographs of the trucks and trailers at that location on State Route 41.
And with the back, do you see the 3 letters and then the numbers?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
The initials of the person's camera who the picture was taken with, in that case ATF, which are my initials, and then a serial number that the camera assigns each photo.
Is that how you digitally track the photos that you took out at the scene that day?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, if you could give me State's Exhibit CC1, which is ATF 8065. All right, we put up on the screen State's Exhibit CC1. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there in State's Exhibit CC1?
Yes, this is a view of the trucks and trailers that were parked there. There are 2 pickup trucks with trailers attached, and then 2 other trailers unattached.
And are those the vehicles and trailers that you individually labeled as the different scenes?
Yes, all except the large silver trailer, I believe, was empty.
Did you document that scene basically all around so you could record the way those items looked the day that you were there?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit CC2? Oh, I'm sorry, 8866, yep. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is just a side view of the trucks and trailers there.
In the next picture, which will be CC3?
just continuing down to get overall photographs.
Again, at this point, have you manipulated or begun to search those at all?
No, we have not.
Can you give me the next picture, which is CC4?
Just a continuation to the next truck and trailer.
Next picture, which is CC5?
Again, those.
Okay, you just go back around?
Yeah, we're just continuing
All right,
around.
why don't we skip ahead? Let's go to CC8, which will be 8072. That you working away around the back?
Yes,
And again, did you just come back up that other side and document the way that area looked on that day as well?
yes.
The pictures that I showed you, State's Exhibits CC1 through CC11, those truly and accurately depict the way that area looked on May 12th, 2017.
Yes, they do.
At some point, did you become responsible for searching what was labeled as Scene 1 out there?
Yes, they did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 12 through 32. You can take a look at those for us. CC 12 through 32. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, those all appear to be items from the white enclosed trailer that we designated as scene number 1.
Mr. John, can you give me ATF 8076?
This is a photograph of the white Leonard trailer that we described as scene number 1.
Okay, and did you actually, on that picture, can you actually see where you labeled it 1?
Yes, we just put a number 1 on a piece of paper and slapped it on the side.
Did you document the doors and entryways to that trailer and whether or not they were locked at the time?
We did. There were 2 doors. The rear door, there was one on the side. They both had padlocks on them that we then had to cut off.
Mr. Jump, can you give me ATF 8079, which is CC 13?
This is the rear of that trailer.
And then ATF 8084, which is CC 14.
This is the side door showing the padlock.
Okay. And again, is that the condition you found them in the day you did the search?
Yes, it was.
You testified that eventually you cut those doors and opened it and searched those areas, correct?
Yes, we cut the padlocks off of both doors.
Mr. Jump, can you give me ATF 8090, which is CC 16? You tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit CC 16.
This is a photograph of some of the items inside after we cut the lock and opened the side door.
And then, Mr. Jump, can you give me ATF 8091, which is State's Exhibit CC 17?
This is a view inside the back of the trailer once we cut the lock and opened the doors.
Okay, so once you got the doors open, documented the way that trailer looked, walk the jury through how you went about searching it. How did you document it? How did you remove that property?
So we would just begin pulling items out one by one. In the case of a bag or a tote or a box, we would then open that and search it, and then just keep digging our way through the trailer.
Were there several items of interest in this trailer that you collected as part of your work on that day?
Yes, there were some items of potential evidentiary value.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as CC 18, which is ATF 8092. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 254. First of all, can you tell us what is depicted in the picture?
It is a camouflage ghillie suit used by hunters, military, to camouflage or hide themselves.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit CC 254. State's Exhibit CC 254. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's evidence number 1 from scene number 1, ghillie camouflage suit collected by me and my initials are
And can you tell the jury how you go about, when you're collecting evidence like this, how you go about collecting it, packaging it, marking it, and storing it?
Yes, we obviously photograph it, designate it with a number, place it in a bag, seal the bag with our initials, and then it was transported to the BCI evidence vault and stored there.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as ATF 8093. And that is State's Exhibit CC 19.
This is a photograph of some of the items that were coming out of the back of that trailer.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes CC 255. You take a look at State's Exhibit CC 255.
Yes, evidence number 2, jacketed bullet from the floor, collected from scene number 1. My initials are on the back. It can be seen in the center of this picture along the bottom edge of the door.
Mr. John, can you just give me the next picture, which is CC 20?
That is a close-up picture of that jacketed bullet.
Again, as you went through and conducted that search, at some point, did you continue to remove the property that was inside that trailer?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as CC 21, which is digital picture 8096.
This is a view of several of the items after they've been removed from the trailer.
Once you got them outside the trailer, would you or somebody else kind of go through those items to see if they contain anything of evidence or value?
Yes, we would go through each item as we removed it from the trailer.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit CC 22, which is digital picture 8100. As you removed evidence from that trailer and moved it outside, again, did you find eventually a couple wooden chests or wooden boxes inside that trailer?
Yes,
And ultimately, did you pull those out and check those as well?
yes, we did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes at State's Exhibit CC 23, which is ATF 8101. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is the contents of one of those wood chests.
And at some point, again, did you actually recover evidence from inside those wood chests?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 24, which is ATF 8102.
This is a laptop computer that was found in one of the wooden chests.
Did you document and collect that laptop computer?
Yes, I did.
Can I get ATF 8105, which is State's Exhibit CC 25? Again, as part of documenting that, would you have photographed it so you could see the serial number?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 256. If you can, take a look at that. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, it is marked as evidence item number 3 from scene 1, laptop computer, Acer ICL 50, serial number 81506315016. Laptop computer from wood chest.
And did you collect that item as part of your work out there at that property on May 12th, 2017?
I did. It was collected by me and my initials are on the seal.
And was it stored and maintained the way you store and maintain this type of property when you collect it?
Yes, I believe that, along with other electronic evidence, was released at the scene to Special Agent Cornelius McGrady, who works in our cyber crimes unit. So
Okay.
they examined all of the electronic evidence.
And that was a point I want to make. You said there were subject matter experts out there.
Yes.
Were some of the subject matter experts out there, you talked about analysts, but did you also have some of your computer specialists out there?
Yes, we had experts from cyber crimes. We had experts from many units.
Okay. And as you collected property like a computer or phones or anything that would typically go to your cyber unit, did that evidence go to them so that they could conduct analysis on it?
Yes, I released all that evidence to Agent McGrady at the scene, so he could take it back to the lab and begin to work on them.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC26, which is ATF 8103. Do you recognize that item right there?
Yes, this is a photograph of a box that I believe was in one of the wooden chests. It had some cartridge casings, gun cleaning kits, just firearms-related materials.
And I hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC257. Do you recognize State's Exhibit CC257?
Yes, it's marked as evidence, item number 4, box with cartridge casings, cleaning kits, other firearms-related items, collected by me from scene 1. My initials was,
And again, is this the item depicted in the picture there?
yes,
Did you collect this, store it, maintain it according to your procedures there at BCI?
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC27, which is digital picture ATF 8108. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it was a plastic tote found in one of the wooden boxes.
Okay. And did you look inside that plastic tote?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC28, which is digital picture ATF 8111.
there's a photograph inside that plastic tote that contains several trail cameras.
Let me show you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit CC258. State's Exhibit CC258. Recognize the markings on that?
Yes, it's marked as evidence item number 5. 7 trail cameras in plastic tote from the wood chest collected by me from scene 1 in my initials.
Now, would these have gone to cyber as well? Do you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. And these items, were they collected, stored, maintained according to your standard operating procedures there at BCI?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's Exhibit CC29, which is ATF 8109. Can you tell the jury, do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a photograph of a portfolio that was found in the chest with the name George Wagner on it.
And just go ahead and give me the next picture, Mr. Junk, which is CC30.
There's a close-up picture, George Wagner and the number 1272.
Did you continue as you searched that trailer? Did you continue to pull items out and work your way to the back of that trailer? Or
Yes.
the front of the trailer, yes.
Correct, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC31, which is digital picture ATF 8112.
This is a photograph in the trailer of some of the larger items that were left after we were getting the smaller items out.
And eventually, were you able to get all of the smaller items or all the items outside of that trailer
Yes.
to do your search? I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit CC32, which is ATF 8097.
This is a photograph of all of those smaller items that were removed from the trailer.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC259. You take a look at State's Exhibit CC259.
It's marked as evidence item number 6. It is an Xbox video game console collected by me from scene number 1, and my initials are on the seal.
And again, did you collect that as part of your work out there at that scene on that day?
Yes,
Would this have been collected, maintained, and stored according to your standard operating procedures there at BCI?
yes.
As part of your work out there, that scene that day, did you do a report documenting what you'd done, what you collected, what you photographed?
Yes, I did.
And as part of your work there at BCI, do you have a business duty to create and maintain those types of reports?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC. If you take a look at State's Exhibit CC, can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a report written by Ed Hunter on May 12th, 2017, as a result of his work at the execution of the search warrant.
Okay, I gave you the wrong one. You recognize that, again, as the type of reports that you do in this case?
Yes.
All right. And who's Ed Hunter?
Special Agent Ed Hunter worked 2 of the 5 scenes that we had there.
Was he out there that day with you?
Yes.
Doing other areas on that property?
Yes.
How about I hand you State's Exhibit CC 299? You recognize that?
Yes, this is my investigative report from that day.
And again, did you create that documenting the work that you did out there that day?
I did.
And was that report created and maintained in the ordinary course of your business as an agent for BCI?
Yes.
Sorry, you can hold on to that.
Oh,
In addition to that enclosed white trailer, did you search other areas out there that day?
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 34, which is digital picture ATF 8122.
This is the gray truck. I believe it was registered to Jake Wagner. It was located there and designated as scene 4.
And would you have, part of your work, made a trip around that truck, documenting it as it appears there?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, just the next picture. State's Exhibit CC 35. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It's a side view of that truck. I believe we had to have one of the local deputies open the truck with a Slim Jim. It was locked.
And State's Exhibit CC 36, which is just the next picture.
This is a view of the bed and the attached trailer.
CC 37, which is just the next picture.
There's a view inside the bed of that truck.
Was there a storage box in the back of that truck that ultimately you got into?
Yes.
And let me back up. You had search warrants to go and do all of these searches, correct?
Yes, the warrant included every truck and trailer on this property.
And those were obtained by a court that issued those warrants, correct?
Yes, Adams County Court.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 38, which is just the next picture.
There's a photograph of the padlocks on that toolbox in the bed of the truck.
And then State's Exhibit CC 40, which is ATF 8129.
There's a photograph of the passenger side of that truck and the paper that we put on it designating it as scene number 4.
Ultimately, after you documented it, did you get into that truck, document how the inside looked, and then remove property from the inside?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 41, which is ATF 8132.
This is a photograph of the front seat of that truck showing several items, including a stove.
State's Exhibit CC42, which is the next picture.
This is a photograph showing some of the items in the passenger seat and back seat of that truck.
Just the next picture, which is State's Exhibit CC43.
This is in the back driver's side door, showing items in the back seat.
Now, ultimately, as part of the search warrant, did you pull those out and go through those?
Yeah, similar to the trailer, we pulled each item out, went through any container and examined the contents, and then worked our way through the truck.
Now, with respect to some of the items or some of those containers, would analysts assist you in going through, if it was a container that had a bunch of documents in it, would analysts assist you or other subject matter experts assist you in going through those plastic containers or any containers to try to figure out what was important and what wasn't?
Yes, typically at this location with documents, if there was anything that looked like it could be of interest, we took the documents to the subject matter experts or the analysts and had them go through and see if there was anything they thought was pertinent.
I'm going to show you just the next picture, which is State's Exhibit CC44.
This is in the passenger side, showing the items in the front seat.
And then State's Exhibit CC45, which is just the next picture.
And this shows the items in the back seat on the passenger side.
Let's talk about some of those containers. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC47, which is ATF 8140. All right, tell the jury what they're looking at there.
This was in one of the totes. There were 3 copies of a newspaper with the headline Pike County. That's all we've got left, just those kids, describing the murder case.
Okay. And again, those were related back to the time of the Rhodens, right? Or the Rhoden
Correct.
homicides.
Correct.
And specifically, what was the date of this search
It was May 12th, 2017,
and the date of the homicides?
April 22nd, 2016.
Okay. So this was about a year later
Correct.
that you found those, right? I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC46, which is ATF 8137.
This is a photograph of some of the items in a crate that are taken from the pickup truck.
Now, I'm going to show you or hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC260. Do you recognize the writings on that item?
Yes. It's labeled as evidence item number 1 from scene 4, collected by me. It is a box with miscellaneous paperwork.
And I actually want you to open that up and just identify the box.
Yes, this is the black box shown in the picture with the clip at the top.
Okay. Again, do you recognize this as an item that you recovered from that area on May 12th, 2017?
Yes.
Is this the type of item that ultimately you would have had subject matter experts or analysts look through?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC49, which is digital picture ATF 8145. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in that picture?
This is a photograph in the rear driver's side floorboard of a black ski mask.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit CC50, which is digital picture 8147. Did you ultimately document that ski mask more closely and collect it as evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit CC 261. Can you look at that? Can you tell the jury what that is?
Evidence item number 2 from scene 4, black ski mask, collected by me, and my initials are on the seal.
I'm actually going to have you cut that one over. Can you hold that up for the jury to see? And is that the item that you collected from that vehicle on that day?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 53, which is digital picture ATF 8151.
This is a photograph of the dash of that gray truck. There is a GPS unit on the dash.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit CC 54, which is digital picture, just the next digital picture.
This is a close-up of that Garmin GPS unit.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 263. State's Exhibit CC 263, can you tell the jury what that is?
Evidence item number 4, GPS unit with cord, collected by me from scene number 4. My initials are on the seal.
Is that an item that you collected from that vehicle on May 12, 2017?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a stack of pictures that are labeled State's Exhibit CC 55 through CC 72. For the record, I have removed CC 56 and CC 57. You take a look at those for me. Try to keep them in order for me. As you went through the property in that vehicle, again, did you find various documents?
Yes.
Were some of those documents given to the analysts as you already testified to?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 55, which is digital picture ATF 8153. Do you recognize that exhibit right there, those pictures?
Yes, it is a document from law office to Edward Jacob Wagner.
Is that a group of documents that you collected that day as part of your work
Yes.
out there? The pictures that I just handed you, that group, do they truly and accurately reflect various pieces of evidence as they appeared at that scene
Yes.
on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit CC 264. State's Exhibit CC 264. If you take a look at that, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is legal papers collected from the scene 4, the gray Dodge Ram, by me, and it's evidence number 5. My initials are on the back.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 71, which is CC 71, which is digital picture 8171. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit CC 71?
Yes, this is a receipt from Walmart in West Union, Ohio, for some electronic items, a mobile phone, a camera kit.
Okay. With respect to the camera kit, again, can you tell us the price on the camera kit?
$299.
And on that camera kit, is there a SKU number that is associated with that?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And is that the type of SKU number that, again, agents, you would give to other agents to do follow-up work on to figure out what that is?
Yes.
In addition to the camera kit, does it appear there's a service plan purchased with it?
Yes, it says 3-year service plan for $28.
Is this the type of document that ultimately you would give to other subject matter experts
Yes.
or analysts? I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 265. I'm going to actually hand it to you. And I'm going to show you, actually I'm going to show you State's Exhibit CC 72. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 265. State's Exhibit CC 265. Can you look at that? Can you tell the jury what that is?
Item number 6, it is a Walmart receipt collected from scene number 4, Gray Dodge Ram by me. My initials are on the package.
Okay. And again, with respect to that item, is that the type of item that you would have given to analysts to do follow-up work on?
Yes.
I'm going to remove, no, not. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit EX 266. Not EX, State's Exhibit CC 266. Last exhibit was State's Exhibit CC 265. This exhibit is State's Exhibit CC 266. Can you take a look at that for me? Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
Evidence number 7, miscellaneous paperwork, scene 4, Gray Dodge Ram, collected by me with my initials on the scene.
And again, with respect to these items that you collected from this scene or this vehicle, did you collect, maintain, and store those in accordance with BCI's standard operating procedures?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 262. State's Exhibit CC 262. Do you recognize this item?
Labeled as evidence, item number 3, plastic tote with miscellaneous paperwork from the Gray Dodge Ram, scene number 4, collected by me.
And again, is that the type of item that you would have collected and handed or given to analysts and subject matter experts to do further work on?
Yes.
Did you also search a large flex top type trailer while you were out there?
Yes.
How did you identify that area?
It was scene number 5.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC73, which is digital picture 8173. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a photograph of that open top trailer with the tarp over it.
I'm going to show the jury what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC80, which is digital picture 8180. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
This is a photograph of that trailer when we removed the tarp.
And eventually, did you remove all those items and search those items?
Yes, we did.
Let me show you State's Exhibit CC83, which is digital picture 8183. Again, can you tell us what that picture is?
Yes, this is again a photograph of all of the items in that trailer.
A lot of stuff on there?
A lot, yes.
Did it take you a while to go through?
It took several agents, and we were there for several hours.
And with respect to the tubs and various documents that were retrieved from that area or that trailer, did you also have subject matter experts or analysts helping you there?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and identify these. In State's Exhibit CC73 through CC83, can you tell us what those are?
Yes, those are all the overall pictures around that trailer, scene number 5.
And do those truly and accurately reflect the way that area looked on May 12, 2017?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit CC84, which is digital picture 8184. Again, did you start pulling stuff off and collecting evidence from that trailer?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what's depicted there in State's Exhibit CC84?
This is a tote that had various electronic equipment, it appeared, a GPS unit, camera.
And next picture, which is CC85.
This is a photograph of a Samsung cell phone in one of the containers.
And ultimately, did you collect that cell phone?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. The State's Exhibit CC267. Can you tell the jury what is State's Exhibit CC267?
It's labeled as evidence item number 1, cell phone from semi-trailer collected by me, scene number 5. My initials are on the scene.
And is that the type of item that you would have collected and given to the cyber unit or cyber agents who were out there?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. That's State's Exhibit CC268. State's Exhibit CC268. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Item number 2, it's a TomTom GPS and a Kodak camera from scene number 5, collected by me. And initials are on the scene.
And Mr. Jump, can you give me State's Exhibit CC87, which is digital picture 8187? With respect to those items or the item that you just identified, again, is that the way they appeared as you collected them at the scene that day?
Yes.
Are those items that would also have gone to the cyber unit?
I believe so, yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. That's State's Exhibit CC269. State's Exhibit CC 269. You recognize the markings on that document, or on that packaging?
Yeah, labeled as evidence item number 3, 2 trail cameras from the semi-trailer, scene number 5, collected by me, and my initials are on the seal.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 89, which is digital picture 8189. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in that picture?
This is a photograph of the contents of a tote with camouflage clothing and those 2 trail cameras.
Okay. And are those the exhibits you just identified in court for the jury?
Yes.
And is that the way they appeared on the day that you found them, in the condition that you found them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. That's State's Exhibit CC 271. State's Exhibit CC 271. Can you identify the markings on the package, please?
Yes, item number 5, it is a Glock 17 gun case collected by me from scene number 5 with my initials on the seal.
And can you do me a favor, go ahead and open that. And while you're doing that, I'm going to ask Mr. Junk to put up digital picture 8191, which is CC 91.
Someone did a very good job of packaging this.
Those are your initials on the package.
They are.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
It is the Glock 17 case. It's a Glock 17 Gen 4, and it has some other numbers, with 3 15-round magazines.
With respect to State's Exhibit CC 91, again, does that truly and accurately depict the way that item looked the day that you collected it?
Yes.
My hand you what's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit CC 272. Can you take a look at that for me?
Evidence item number 6, it is a notepad with writings, handwritings from the trailer. Scene number 5, collected by me, and my initials are on the seal.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. First off, it's CC 93, which is digital picture 8193. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a tote that was recovered from the trailer with various notebooks and items in it.
And then State's Exhibit CC 102, which is ATF 8202.
This is a photograph of that notebook with the handwritten pages.
My handy what's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit CC 270. You could be careful, it's kind of tearing. State's Exhibit CC 270. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Evidence number 4, it's a box containing ammunition and firearms related items from scene 5.
And again, would you have documented this and at least examined it when you collected it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. The State's Exhibit CC 95, which is digital picture ATF 8195. hold on a second, before you do that, just. Mr. John, if you give me digital picture 8195. Okay. State's Exhibit 819, or excuse me, which State's Exhibit CC95, which is up on the screen for you. Can you tell the jury, you testified with respect to that exhibit that had ammunition in it, cartridge casings in it.
Yes.
The exhibit that I put up on the screen for you, can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, these are some of the cartridge casings from the box. There were various calibers. These are .303 British.
Okay, thank you.
Another objection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC103. Which is digital picture 8203. You tell the jury what is depicted there in that exhibit?
Yes, these are 4 memory cards that were found in that trailer.
In my hand, what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC274. State's Exhibit CC274, can you tell the jury what that is?
It is item number 8, 4 SD camera cards from Scene 5 Black Semi-Trailer collected by me, and my initials are on them.
Okay, and is that the exhibit, are those the items that are pictured in that exhibit there?
Yes.
And did you collect those as part of your work on May 12th, 2017.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 275. State's Exhibit CC 275. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Item number 9, it is a Caldwell brand brass catcher from scene 5, the black semi-trailer, collected by me with my initials on the back.
All right, can you do me a favor? Can you open that up? I'm going to have Mr. Junk put State's Exhibit CC 104, which is ATF 8204. And can you tell the jury again what that is?
This is a brass catcher. It's mounted on a weapon at the ejection port to catch any cartridge cases as they are ejected, usually used by reloaders. They reload the casings, but it catches all that brass.
So let me ask you a question. You're a crime scene processing analyst kind of guy. If I were to have that on semi-automatic rifle, and I were to fire that rifle, would it catch shell casings in a way that they might not be found at a scene?
That's what it's designed for, yes.
Okay. And 1 second, I'm gonna ask permission to publish that for the jury, please. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 276. State's Exhibit CC 276. Do you recognize the writing or the markings on that package?
Yes, it's marked as item number 10, locks with lock pick set, collected from scene 5, the black semi-trailer by me. My initials are in C.
Can you open that for us, please? Your Honor, can I ask for the witness to step down and publish the contents, please?
Yes.
If you could, I'm going to have you open all that up so the jury can see actually what it is you recovered and what each component is. This little baggie at the top, what is this?
That is the lock pick set.
Okay. And what do you use lockpicks for?
Use it to open locks.
Okay. I'm going to put up what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 107, which is video picture 8207. That exhibit that's been published now for the jury, again, does that reflect the way you recovered those or where you documented them at the scene that day?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 277. State's Exhibit CC 277. Can you tell us, do you recognize the markings on that item?
Yes, item number 11, firearm accessories Glock grips, and a magazine loader from scene number 5, collected by me, and my initials are on the seal.
And can you open that up for us as well? And if you could, hold each component part up, tell the jury what that is and what it's used for.
These are replacement grips that go on the front and rear of the firearm grip. And this is a magazine loader that can be used to assist in loading cartridges into the magazine.
Okay. When you're talking about grips for a firearm, again, did that have a brand associated with it?
Yes, they're Glock.
Okay. And when you're talking about grips that go on the firearm, are we talking those pistol grips or those
Yes.
rifle grips?
Yes, they're for pistol.
And again, did you document that as you recover them?
Yes.
Can I get CC 108, which is 8208? Does that truly and accurately depict, State's Exhibit CC 108, does that truly and accurately depict the way you documented those items out there that day as you collected them?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can I get CC 109, which is ATF, just the next picture, actually. Can you tell the jury what is depicted in that exhibit?
It is a Garmin GPS unit.
Hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 278. State's Exhibit CC 278. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's item number 12, Garmin GPS from the trailer. Scene number 5, collected by me with my initials on the seal.
Is that the kind of item that ultimately probably would have gone to cyber in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit CC 279. State's Exhibit CC 279. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It's item number 13, Samsung cell phone, a Motorola cell phone, 6 SD cards, 2 flash drives, and a Verizon jetpack. From scene number 5, collected by me with my initials on the seal.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's Exhibit CC 115, which is digital picture ATF 8215. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a photograph of those items that were found together and collected together.
While you were out there collecting items, and does that truly accurately depict the way they looked that day?
Yes.
While you were out there collecting items from that scene, again, did you come across various footwear that you at least documented or took a look at?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit CC 111, which is 8TF 8211? I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits CC 111, 112, 113, and 114. Just have you take a look at those items. Can you tell the jury what those items depict?
They're photographs of some boots and gloves that were in a tote in that black trailer.
And do those pictures truly and accurately depict the way those items looked the day that you documented them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 117, which is ATF 8217. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
This is a photograph of a plastic basket from that trailer that had some very small items. There was a Visa U.S. bank card. I believe it belonged to Jake Wagner. There's also in the upper right corner, you can see a drum magazine and a wood stock.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 122, which is ATF 8222. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
This is a closer photograph of that drum magazine and a cartridge that were found in that black truck.
And then State's Exhibit CC 124, which is ATF 8224.
This is a photograph of that wood stock.
I'm going to show you I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit CC 281. State's Exhibit CC 281. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
This is item number 15. 8 cartridges, 1 Pro Mag magazine, 1 wood gun stock. C number 5 collected by me with my initials on the seal.
And are those the items that were depicted in the last 2 pictures?
Yes,
Are these items that you collected as part of your work out there on that day?
yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 280. State's Exhibit CC 280. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
Marked as item number 14, 4 flash drives collected from scene 5 by me with my initials on the seal.
And again, did you collect those out there as part of your work on that day?
Yes.
Mr. Jump, can you give me State's Exhibit CC 121, which is ATF 8221?
This is a photograph of those flash drives.
And again, do those truly and accurately depict the way those items looked the day that you collected?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 282. And instead of just going narrative and explaining what it is, let me ask you questions about it.
Okay.
First of all, do you recognize markings on that item?
Yes, I do.
And are those items that you collected out there on May 12th, 2017?
Yes, as item number 16.
And are those firearms-related items?
They are.
Again, did you collect those items? Would you recognize what they are and the fact that you collected them by the labeling on the packaging?
Yes.
And did you collect, maintain, and store those items in accordance with standard operating procedures?
Yes.
And ultimately, did some of those items end up going to the lab?
Yes, it appears they did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits CC 128 through CC 131. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
And can you give me ATF 8228? Those 4 exhibits that I just handed you, can you tell the jury what those pictures depict?
They are photographs of an Apple iPad box.
And is that something that you documented and collected as part of your work out there on that scene that day?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 283. And Mr. Jump, could you put up State's Exhibit CC 132, which is ATF 8232. State's Exhibit CC 283. Do you recognize the markings on that?
Yes, item number 17, it is a Sleuth Gear brand bug detector from scene number 5, collected by me with my initials on the box, or on the seal.
Can you do me a favor? Can you open that up? And then can you open the inside? Is there an item inside?
There is.
And can you display that for the jury, please? And again, what does that appear to be?
It is labeled as a bug detector. It says on the box, it's for detecting wireless audio bugging devices, detecting both wireless and wired cameras, detecting GPS trackers while transmitting a signal.
Is that an item that you found and collected out there at that property on May 12th, 2017?
Yes, from that black trailer, scene number 5.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. That's State's Exhibit CC 285. We're going to do this the same way. I'm going to ask you some questions about State's Exhibit CC 284. So I'm going 284 first. I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Again, I don't want you to go into a narrative. I want you to just follow the questions I ask. First of all, State's Exhibit CC 284. Do you recognize the markings on that package?
Yes, it's item number 18 with my initials on it.
Do you recognize that as an item that you collected from that scene, from that area on May 12, 2017?
Yes,
And again, was that item collected, maintained, and stored according to your standard operating procedures?
yes,
I'm going to trade you, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit CC 285. State's Exhibit CC 285. Do you recognize the markings on that package?
yes, it's marked as item number 19 and my initials are on the seal.
Mr. Junk, can I get, and can you tell the jury what that is?
It's a black iPhone collected from scene number 5.
And Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit CC 142, which is 8242?
That is a photograph of the black iPhone that was collected.
Is that the type of evidence or item that would have gone to the cyber unit?
Yes,
Mr. Junk, can you give me ATF 8243, which is State's Exhibit CC 143?
it's a photograph of a Motorola cell phone that was also collected.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit CC 286. State's Exhibit CC 286, do you recognize that?
Yes, item number 20 is a silver cell phone collected from scene 5 by me and my initials.
And again, would you have collected that, kept it, maintained it in the ordinary course of your business out there, according to standard operating procedures?
Yes,
All right, State's Exhibit CC 287. I'm going to hand you, and I don't want you to give me a narrative on it. I just want you to answer my questions, all right? State's Exhibit CC 287. First of all, do you recognize the markings on that item?
yes, it's my number 21 with my initials on the seal.
And do you recognize the items contained in that package, your item 21, as items that you collected from that scene out there on May 12, 2017?
Yes,
And would that have been collected, maintained, and stored according to your standard operating procedures?
yes,
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 289. State's Exhibit CC 289. Do you recognize the markings on that package?
Yes, item number 23, it is an easy pass from scene 5, the black trailer, collected by me.
Okay. And again, did you collect, keep, and maintain that item in accordance with your standard operating procedures out there at VCI?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 288. State's Exhibit CC 288. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, item number 22, from scene 5, the black trailer, it's miscellaneous documents collected by me.
And again, when you would have collected those types of documents from that trailer, are those the types of documents that would have gone to an analyst or subject matter expert to review, analyze, and determine what's relevant, what's appropriate?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm at a spot now where I need to change to another big seat. So I don't know if you want to break and we have, and give us some, it'd be a nice break point for me to clear this stuff out and move some other stuff.
We will take our 15-minute morning break. Jury is to assemble at the jury room at 10:45. While you're on break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do no research of any kind concerning the facts or the law of the case from any source at all. Do not read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with participants in the case, including parties, counsel, and witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything to respond to? No, thank you. All right, then we are in recess until 10:45. Assemble at that time. be seated. Council ready for the jury to be brought up? All right. Seated. The state may resume its questioning of Agent Porter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Porter, I'm going to back up just a little bit here. Mr. Junk, can you put up digital image 8171? Mr. Portner, Agent Portner, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC71. Again, tell the jury what that item is.
Yes, this is the receipt we previously saw for the camera kit and mobile phone from Walmart in West Union.
And again, you testified to that. You testified to the warranty that appears on that receipt as well, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that item, ultimately, was that item looked into or investigated by other subject matter experts?
I believe
or
it was.
Analysts, okay. Now, at the time that you were doing this search, did you have a complete listing or accounting of items that were being recovered at the search, at other searches that were going on that day?
No, I did not have any communication with the other searches.
Okay. And again, are those property receipts with respect to other scenes, are those something that are compiled and put in the computer at some point when the search is done?
Yes,
Okay. Does that receipt right there have a date on it?
it does.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what the date on that is?
3/17 of 16.
All right. Now, immediately after I asked you about that receipt, I handed you State's Exhibit CC265. Again, can you identify State's Exhibit CC265?
Yes, number 6 was a Walmart receipt.
Okay. Now, can you pull that item out for us? Does that appear to be the same receipt as the receipt that's in the picture?
No, it's not.
Okay. And with respect to the receipt that's in the picture, was this receipt collected as evidence in this case?
No, it was not.
Okay.
We weren't sure about the probative value of it. But we did document all the information on it with the photographs so we could follow up if we needed to.
With respect to the receipt that you have in your hand that's marked as State's Exhibit, read that exhibit number for me.
It is number 6.
Oh, that's your BCI item number.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, the exhibit number.
Exhibit number is
265.
CC265. Okay, again, does that item there have a date on it?
Yes, it does.
Can you tell the jury what the date on that item is?
4/7 of 16 from the Waverly Walmart.
So April 7th of 2016 from Waverly.
Correct.
Now, do you know, was that item ultimately given to investigators and analysts to do some work on?
Yes, it was.
And again, when you looked at that exhibit,
did you recognize probative value on that exhibit enough so that it actually was collected as evidence?
Yes, we knew this was something that we were looking for.
Okay.
Now, you testified about the work that you did in documenting and collecting evidence from what you called, or trailers or areas, what you called scenes 1, 4, and 5. Is that correct?
Correct.
And are those the scenes that you worked that day, May 12, 2017, out of State Route 41?
Yes.
You testified, I handed you the wrong report earlier. Special Agent Hunter was out there with you as well, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware, did he do scenes or areas out there as well?
Yes, he did scene 2 and 3, which was a black Dodge Ram and a trailer attached to it.
And have you had the opportunity to look at his report that I originally handed you?
Yes.
And again, is that the kind of report that is created, maintained to document the work that he did at that scene on that day?
Yes.
And do you recognize it as a standard BCI report that you do as part of your work?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I believe we have a stipulation with respect to some photographs.
All right, you want to put that on the record then?
Yes. Your Honor, the parties would stipulate and agree that State's Exhibits CC 147 through CC 206 are photographs taken by Special Agent Ed Hunter on May 12, 2017 at this location on State Route 41 in Adams County, Ohio. These photographs were taken as part of BCI's search of the vehicles and trailers at this location pursuant to the search warrant, and that these exhibits, State's Exhibits CC 147 through CC 206, truly and accurately depict these areas the way they looked on May 12, 2017.
That's correct.
The jury will accept that stipulation as established as fact, as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Rob, can you just switch over to the file that says Hunter? So just go up one. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits CC 147 through State's Exhibits CC 153. Mr. Junk, can I get EEH 6334? All right, I'm going to hand you these exhibits, CC 147 through CC 153. Can you take a look at those? Can you tell us, do you recognize what's depicted in those pictures?
Yes, it is the black Dodge Ram truck with the trailer attached. We designated the truck as C number 2.
And those pictures that you have in your hand there, do they truly and accurately depict the way that area looked on that day?
Yes.
And do you know, as part of the work done out at this location on May 12th, was evidence collected?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 290. And Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit CC 167, which is digital picture 6364? All right, the exhibit that I just handed you, do you recognize markings on that package?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
It's evidence item number 1 from scene 2, the black Dodge Ram. 2 cell phones, 1 Verizon LG and 1 Verizon Samsung inside a tan utility box on the front passenger seat, collected by Special Agent Ed Hunter.
And Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit CC 169, which is digital picture 6366? The State's Exhibit that I just put up on the screen, again, do you recognize that as the way those types of items are collected and documented there at VCI?
Yes.
I'm also going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 175, which is digital picture 6372. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit CC 175?
Yes, it appears to be an envelope addressed to George W. Wagner IV, 260 Peterson Road, Peebles, Ohio, as well as a Cabela's Club card with the name George Wagner. Two Cabela's Club cards, apparently, with the name George W. Wagner.
And then back to that first picture. You don't have to change it, Mr. Junk. I handed you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC. Is that 291?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, do you recognize the markings on that exhibit?
Yes, it's labeled as item number 2, a Nikon Coolpix camera from inside that tan utility box, collected from scene 2 by Special Agent Hunter.
Again, do you recognize that as evidence that was collected as part of the search warrant out there at that property on May 12, 2017?
It's labeled as such, yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit CC 176, which is digital picture 6373? I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 292. State's Exhibit CC 292. Can you tell the jury what is, do you recognize those markings?
Yes, item number 3, miscellaneous writings in green covered binder and container on rear passenger seat from scene 2, collected by Agent Hunter.
And again, does that appear to be an item that was collected as part of the search warrant done at that property on May 12, 2017?
Yes, it appears to be the notebook in the photograph with the name Edward Wagner on it.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 293. State's Exhibit CC 293, do you recognize markings on that item?
Yes, it's item number 4, miscellaneous writings in gray covered binder with cell phone book and iPad box and container on rear passenger seat from scene number 2, collected by Agent Hunter.
And Mr. Junk, can I get you to give me State's Exhibit CC 194, which is 6391? And again, does that appear to match the description of that exhibit that you just identified for us?
Yes.
Is this the type of item, with respect to the notebook, that would have gone to analysts and subject matter experts to take a look at?
Yes, it would.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit CC 294. If you could, tell the jury, do you recognize markings on State's Exhibit CC 294?
It says it's item number 5, a gun receipt in container on rear passenger seat, collected from scene 2 by Agent Hunter.
I'm going to have you actually open that one up. And Mr. Junk, could you give me State's Exhibit CC 198, which is digital picture 6395? Can you tell the jury what that item is?
Yes, it is a firearm purchase record for a Beretta Model 92 FS, serial number A101087Z.
Can you give us the customer's name, the customer's signature block?
Appears to read George Wagner IV,
Can you give us the date of that purchase?
4/27/16.
Also, is there a serial number assigned to that receipt?
There is.
Can you read that serial number for us?
Again, it's A101087Z.
And again, does that appear to be an item that was collected from that vehicle on May 12, 2017 as part of the search in this case?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 295. State's Exhibit CC 295, do you recognize the markings on this item?
Yes, item number 6, it's upside down. It is miscellaneous documents from the red file folder in container on the back seat.
You don't have to go too deep into it, I just want you to be able to see it, recognize it. And then, Mr. Junker, if you could give me State's Exhibit CC 216, which is digital picture EE 6420. Can you tell the jury State's Exhibit CC 216, which is up on the screen, again, does that appear to be that exhibit that you have in front of you?
It does appear to be.
And again, is that an item that was collected as part of the search out at State Route 41 of these different vehicles, or this specific vehicle, on May 12, 2017?
Yes.
And is this the type of item that would have gone to an analyst or subject matter expert for further examination?
Yes, in fact, I believe there's an envelope in there with a lab sticker showing that it was examined.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 296. You tell the jury, do you recognize markings on that exhibit?
It's item number 7, one pair of Georgia boots from passenger rear floorboard collected from scene 2 by Agent Hunter, size 12.
Do you recognize that as an item that was collected as part of the search of that property on this day?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CC 297. State's Exhibit CC 297. Can you tell us what that is?
It's marked as item number 8, one ski mask from rear passenger floorboard from scene 2, the black Dodge Ram, collected by Agent Hunter.
Can you do me a favor? Can you open that one up for us? And again, does that appear to be similar to the ski mask that you already showed us?
Yes.
All right. In addition to the vehicle that was designated as scene 2, did Agent Hunter also do some work on a vehicle that was designated as scene 3?
Yes.
And again, do you have his report in front of you?
Yes.
Can you tell us, well, I guess it was a trailer. Can you tell us what the description of that scene 3 was?
It was a black gooseneck trailer, and he listed the VIN number, serial number.
Do Do you recognize that as again, another trailer that was searched as part of VCI's work out there on that day?
Yes, that's scene number 3.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits CC 219 through .222. State's Exhibits CC 219 through 222. Do you recognize that area of that trailer?
Yes, those are photographs of the exterior of that black trailer, scene number 3.
Would that area of that trailer have been searched basically the same way as all of the other areas and trailers out there that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I believe we have another stipulation.
All right, put that on there.
The parties would agree and stipulate that State's Exhibits CC 217 through CC 253 are pictures taken by Special Agent Hunter on May 12, 2017 at this address, which was again 28171 State Route 41, Peoples, Adams County, Ohio. That these pictures were taken as part of BCI's search warrant, or their search pursuant to a warrant of that property and the vehicles and trailers located at that property, and that these exhibits, CC 217 through CC 253, truly and accurately depict the way these areas looked on May 12, 2017.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Mr. Junk, could you give me State's Exhibit CC 232, which is digital picture 6463?
Can you get the number again?
6436, apologize. Okay, with respect to the way you did your searches of those trailers, again, would agents have documented the trailers as they existed before they started removing objects?
Yes.
And then can you give me digital image 6427, which is State's Exhibit CC 223? As part of the search, would agents have pulled the contents of that trailer out and then gone through those contents with the assistance of subject matter experts?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit CC 239, which is digital image 6443? And again, does that appear to be a picture of those contents as they've been searched?
Yes.
And then 240, which is just the next picture, CC 240. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. That's State's Exhibit CC 298. You recognize the markings on State's Exhibit CC 298?
Yes, it's item number 1 from scene number 3, the black gooseneck trailer. Black ski mask from clear container near side door, collected by Agent Hunter.
And again, does that description appear to match the item that's depicted in the picture?
Yes.
Now, as you were out there on May 12, 2017, doing your search of this property at State Route 41, did you find any of those scenes or any of those vehicles that were specifically full of just one person's property? So a car that had only Angela Wagner's property in it, or a trailer that only had George Wagner's property. Did you find anything like that?
Now, my recollection is there were all of them.
Sir?
We object to his knowledge of who, what items belong to which person.
I'll let foundation.
Well, you maybe should have some foundation for what
Sure.
you're testifying.
As you did your search of all those different vehicles out there, did you find various items that were identifying as being records, like bank records or credit cards associated to specific people?
Yes, we saw names on several pieces of paperwork and other items.
Okay. And journals and notebooks and all kinds of stuff, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to the property that was out there, did you find any truck that just had property that was only Jake Wagner's, financial records, medical records, bank records, other records, or were they all mixed together?
My recollection is there were various names of family members of the Wagners in each of those. As we just saw in the black truck, there were items with George Wagner's name and the notebook with Edward Jake Wagner's name.
And again, did you find items belonging to various members of that family stored in vehicles that were registered to specific people? So for example, a vehicle that's registered to Jake, would that have George's stuff in it?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. The defense may cross-examine.
Morning, sir. Good to
Morning.
see you again. Probably see you another time, I would assume.
We'll see.
Okay. All right. So just so I understand, you don't know who packed each of the vehicles you talked about, right?
No.
All right. You didn't do any type of forensic testing to see whose DNA was on any of the particular items?
No, that would not have been probative.
Right. Wouldn't have been probative. Now, let me show you what's been marked as with a CC 240, which is one of the ski masks. You need to know on the
I do.
back. 6444. You recognize that, correct?
Yes.
And where was that found?
This was in the Black Gooseneck trailer, scene number 3.
Okay. Are you saying that's related to the homicides?
I don't know if it's related or not, but it was an item of interest. Ski masks are often used in criminal offenses.
Right. And are you aware that there's evidence forthcoming that the items of clothing in this case were burned by Jake?
I believe so, yes.
So Jake has told BCI that the items he used and other items were burned by him, and none of that was recovered. Is that correct?
I don't know specifically what Jake said. I did not interview him.
Right, but you understand the nature of the investigation here. And that would be an important item, correct?
I know the clothes and items were burned by the family, yes.
Jake said he was the one that burned.
I did not interview
He
Jake.
already indicated he did not interview him, and also that he was not assigned to this investigation full time.
Well, I'll allow the last question asked if the officer or the agent knows it. You want to re-ask it, Mr. Parker? I'll allow that last question if I'm not sure
Do
of
you
his
know,
answer.
sir?
No, I did not interview Jake.
Okay, that's fine. The items, this was on Route 41, correct?
Correct.
And all the trailers and trucks that you identified in the photos, those could be seen from the public highway, correct?
Yeah.
All right. They weren't hidden in any way?
No, they were just parked on the corner of the property.
And do you know whose property that was?
I believe it was a business called Unlimited Motors.
All right, do you know who that belonged to?
I do not.
Does the name Bernie Brown ring a bell?
No, it does not.
Okay. there was a large, I guess it was a silver trailer there.
Yes,
What was that?
like a cattle trailer, I believe.
Something that would be used to haul livestock?
Could be, yes.
All right. And I believe you said there was nothing inside that, correct?
I don't believe so.
Certainly you looked inside it, or one of your officers looked inside it, correct?
Yes,
And nothing was collected, right?
correct.
And it certainly appears that whoever loaded these various trailers and trucks used every bit of space they could, isn't that right?
Absolutely,
It
yes.
was packed tight, right?
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor,
Any redirect?
I have a couple follow-ups. How long you been in law enforcement?
27 years.
Based on your knowledge, your training, your experience in law enforcement, if I wanted to avoid detection, if I wanted to commit a crime, and I didn't want someone to recognize who I was, is that the type of mask that I would wear?
Possibly, yes. Yes, possibly would be. I've seen that before in my career.
Also, if I were to put that mask over my face and cover my face, my head, my hair, is that the type of barrier that would help to prevent my DNA from being shed at a scene?
It could, yes.
And you guys had multiple agents out at that scene, right?
Correct.
Did it take you a long time with multiple agents to unload all of that stuff?
Yeah, I believe we were there for a little over 7 hours.
Okay. And again, this stuff was packed full, correct?
Yes,
Big job, right?
yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any further call?
sir, if someone's gonna wear a ski mask, like you showed in the photo there,
Yes.
they certainly would not need to dye their hair a different color, would they?
Probably not. Their hair would be covered.
Thank you.
Any further direct?
Nothing further.
You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The statement calls next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, I think we would request to take a lunch break because we got to switch out some stuff and I don't know that we would get very far. If that's okay. I know it's a little bit early.
All right, we'll take our lunch recess. We'll be in recess until 12:30. At 12:30, the jury is to assemble at the jury room downstairs to be brought up here by court personnel. While you're on break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case. Do not do any research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law, from any source whatsoever. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all. Have no contact with any of the participants in the case, including counsel, parties, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything further before we recess for our lunch? All right, then we are in recess until 12:30. Jury is to assemble at the jury room at that time. counsel for each side ready for the jury to be brought up?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
seated. State of Ohio will call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state was called Julia Epsley. Just stand, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer unto God? You may be seated. The state may examine.
Thank you. This afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
We've seen you before.
Yes.
Could you go ahead and state your name for the record?
Julia Eveslage.
Okay. And Ms. Eveslage, I'm going to focus you today on a search warrant that was conducted up on State Route 41 on May 12th of 2017. First of all, do you recall that search warrant that was executed at that location?
Yes.
And can you tell us generally what was the target of that search warrant? What objects were you searching?
There were trailers and vehicles at the scene that we were searching. It contained what we believed to be the Wagner belongings from their house that they were moving out of.
Okay. And was that based on information that you'd received from a neighbor a few days prior?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Eveslage, can you tell us what was your role at that search warrant on May 12th?
I was there as kind of a subject matter expert for the search. There was another analyst assigned to the case full-time, like myself, and she was assigned to the search warrant that was occurring at Peterson Road. So we were kind of dividing and conquering. I had known some of the background details in terms of the family dynamics, the relationship with the victim family, things like that. So I was there to dig through things that the investigators were uncovering as they were unloading from the trailers of the vehicles.
Okay. And were there a lot of individuals involved with this search that day?
Yes, there was a number of agents, supervisors at the scene.
Okay. And did those individuals have varying degrees of intimacy with the details of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So some didn't know a lot, some knew a fair amount, and then some like yourself knew a lot?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, did you also know some of the physical evidence that you were looking for? For instance, did you know the ballistic evidence and the shoe print evidence and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, during that search, was one of your responsibilities to look through various documents that were being recovered from these various vehicles and look through to see if there were anything in there that was relevant?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, in fact, when you would notice those certain items, would you then get the attention of the crime scene agent to either photo document it or collect it, or both?
Yes.
Okay. Were there some items that were photographed and not collected?
Yes.
And were there some items that were, collected but not photographed in great detail?
Yes.
Okay. And then there were some items that were both photographed and collected, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Eveslage, is that how you conducted yourself for each? Do you recall if they divided each of those vehicles up into a different scene?
Yes, the vehicles there and the trailers were each given a number to indicate the scene, if you will, and then things that were collected were notated on an inventory that corresponded with the scene.
Okay. And did you do this same process for each one of those scenes if there was any documents to look through?
Yes, so the crime scene agents themselves did the inventory and the actual collection of the evidence, but I was, having them photograph things of interest, and then they were ultimately collecting the items that we had taken from the tubs or different locations.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit CC292, and I believe that is open there. And can you remove that green notebook? And let me know, first of all, if you recognize that.
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
It was a notebook. It's labeled on the front Edward Wagner, and there were some drawings inside that I remember seeing at the search warrant.
Okay. Andy, if you can do CC 176, which is 6373. Okay. And is that the same green notebook that you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And then C177, which is the next clear, 6374. And can you tell us what that is?
This is a drawing labeled Secret Spy Case. Particular things to note on the drawing were 2 Colt handguns, a toolkit, a cleaning kit, and 2 suppressors, ammunition, clips, and 2 flashlights.
Okay. And then CC178, which is, it'll show up, I guess.
What is that?
The next one, 6375. And again, what is that?
This drawing is labeled Close Combat Gear. It's like a stick figure with various items on its person, particularly a cell phone, what are labeled as cantanas, a knife, clips, a spare pouch, 2 clips, and again, highlighting 2 Colts that are appear to be drawn in holsters on the legs of the stick person. And then on a second smaller drawing here, it says on the back, Kel-Tec 12 gauge.
Okay. And then CC180, 6377, sorry. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This appears to be some sort of a blueprint drawing for a building. There are different dimensions labeled with 4 different large rooms, along with a portion labeled 6-foot hallway.
Okay. And then CC182, which is 6379. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It's another drawing, not exactly clear what it is, some type of overhead drawing that looked to be like markings for perhaps a building.
Okay. All right. And obviously there's other pages in there, but do you recognize that as the green notebook that you asked the crime scene agents to collect from, I believe it says on the outside of that bag, scene 2,
Yes, scene 2, black Ram, 2500,
Okay, and do you recall whose truck that was?
George Wagner's.
And then, you can put that back in there if you'd like. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as CC 293, and again, I believe that is taken from scene 2 as well, the Black
Yes.
Dodge Ram, the one with George.
Yes.
And can you tell us what those items are?
There's 3 items in the bag. One is a gray notebook with a phone number on the front. The second is an iPad Air box. And the third is an activation and service guide from a Verizon cell phone with a number on the front and a security code.
Okay. Andy, if you can pull up the PDF for that, it will be under scene 2 gray covered binder. And if you just, scroll down past the paper bag. Okay, there, please. And that is page 2. Is that correct? Okay. So, is this the security code that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And if you scroll down one more, please. Page 3. And can you tell us what that says?
It says Gmail with an arrow, Angela Joe W, 2016 at gmail.com with the password Bullvine Sophia.
Okay. And then if you can go to page 6, referring your attention to the gray notebook. Can you tell us, is that page 6? Okay. Okay, so down there in the corner, it says Barbara Moore, George's attorney, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next page, can you tell us what that is?
This appears to be some kind of budgeting ledger with household payments, bills that were due, things like that. There are different things listed, particularly Jacob life insurance, George life insurance, my cell phone, different bills that needed paid over the course of the month. The first one is listed July 2016 bills.
Okay. And then the next page, please. And again, can you tell us what that is?
This one is labeled August 2016, same idea as the July 2016 one, a monthly list of expenses, payments, things like that.
Okay. And it includes, like you said, my life insurance, George's, Jake's cell phone, George's cell phone, other items, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead, next page, please. And go ahead and tell us what we're looking at there.
This one is labeled October 2016. Again, a list of bills, payments that were made over the course of the month, different notes about expenses, car tags, renewed driver's license for George, house payment, taxes, things like that.
Okay, and then there's also a notation about a wrecked car, kind of written on sideways on that.
Yes, it says Jacob and Chris wrecked George's truck, 9/26/16, about 2 a.m. And there's another small note that says J, 2 cracked ribs, and C, 9 fractures, 26 stitches.
Okay. All right, next page. What are we looking at there?
This one is labeled November 2016. Up at the top, there's a phone number, 740-529-9539. It's listed as Billy. Again, household expenses, bills that were due, etc.
Okay. July 16th, which was page 7. Okay, is there a notation on that page for passports?
Yes, it lists passports and circled with PD as in paid, $900.
Okay. Can you get us back to where we were after the wreck, I guess? Okay. All right, so this next page, which is page number 11. And go ahead and tell us what we're looking at there.
This one is labeled December 2016 bills. Same idea, expenses for Jake life insurance, George life insurance, different household payments. These appear to be other holiday potential expenses, along with fees for an attorney. And then on the left, there is a notation, passports, $800.
Okay. All right, and the next page?
January 2017, there are, again, expenses, trailer tags, passports listed as $900, tax fees, other miscellaneous household expenses, and attorney's fees marked as paid.
Okay, and the next page?
This one doesn't have a date listed. Perhaps it's a continuation of the prior month. Different expenses listed, entertainment center, coffee table, different household items. These could have possibly been items for sale.
Okay, and why do you say that they possibly were? Do you have some familiarity with their habits of selling things? It's a yes or no question.
Well, unless there's some foundation set for that, I'm going to sustain the objection right now. We'll see if there's going to be a foundation date.
Okay. As part of this investigation, did you look at the Facebook accounts of the Wagners?
Yes.
And when you were researching and looking through the Facebook accounts, did you note that they would sometimes sell or often sell items on Facebook and buy items through Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. And what is that?
This page lists information for an appointment for Dad. It lists Edward Carter, that's Angela's father, along with his date of birth and the information for the appointment.
Okay. And next page, please, sorry.
This one is listed February 2017. Again, expenses, cell phones, dish, electric, Rumpke, payments for an attorney, Billy's truck, miscellaneous things for the kids, as well as passports, again, listed on the bottom. This time it says $750.
Okay. And what are you looking at there?
This one is a list of what I believe to be expenses related to an animal, $600.
Well, again, I'm going to sustain the objection unless there's some foundation for why she assumed it is what it is.
I'm sorry, what, I missed what you said it was. Well, I don't,
She was giving an assumption about what it was.
okay. Go on. Next page, please.
This page is labeled March 2017. Again, household expenses. The big star on the top says, "Get ready to leave," March 18th, 2017. And again, expenses that were to be paid, along with family members' birthdays. and a note on the bottom that says something to do, do this the day we leave, with an exclamation point.
Okay. And again, Ms. Evans-Lage, is that the item that you collected on that date from the scene, marked scene 2, which was George's black Dodge Ram?
Yes.
Were there other documents and items that you collected from that particular vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. First, CC 215. I'm sorry, what?
Exhibit number?
Well, the exhibit number is CC215, the picture. And can you tell us if you recognize that?
Yes.
You're able to recognize that, and what do you recognize that as?
It was a tote that we collected from George Wagner's truck.
Okay. And CC216, should be the next one, 6420. Okay, and again, is that the same tote?
Yes.
Okay. And what item is on the top there?
You can see through the lid of the tote, there is some paperwork that is titled Declaration of Appointment of Guardian. It's cut off at the end, but in the event of my death or incapacity. This one is, in particular, lists a signature purported to be Hannah Rhoden's, and custody paperwork for Edward, giving Jake Wagner basically custody of.
Okay. And is that how you found it on that date?
Yes.
Okay. I actually just removed a box from, or a plastic container from State's Exhibit CC 295. And I don't know where I should do this for you.
Just
Okay. And if you need to stand, that's fine too. I'll remove the thing. But first of all, is this that same container that we just saw in those photographs? Is that like?
Yes.
Okay. And can you go ahead and look at that first document, I guess, and this would be PDF. Scene 2, miscellaneous documents, I believe, or both documents, maybe. Should be good. Yep. And it will be pages 1 through 6. Okay, and can you tell us, first of all, what are we looking at on the screen there?
This is a scanned copy of the documents that were recovered from the scene once they were taken. I believe this exact one is actually in the envelope. So
Okay.
it's okay if I remove that one?
Yes, please, if you could. Yep.
So there were 3 copies of basically the same blank form that were filled out. The first one is, again, the Declaration of Appointment of Guardian for my children in the event of my death or incapacity. The first line says, I, Hannah Rhoden, make this declaration to appoint as guardian for my child or children, listed as follows, in the event of my death or incapacity. And it says Edward J. Wagner. It's basically saying I designate Edward J. Wagner to serve as a guardian of my child in the event of my death or incapacity. And this is claiming to be signed by Hannah Rhoden on December 25th, 2014. Particularly of interest when I uncovered this form was at the bottom, there is a URL that says http with the colon, 2 forward slashes, and then a website, texasprobate.net/forms/dgminor.htm, and there's a date on the bottom right corner that lists April 3rd, 2016. So,
Okay. I'm actually going to mark that as a subset in that, so I'm going to mark that as State's Exhibit CC 295A. And can you tell us, Ms. Enflade, is that an original? Does it appear to be original ink on there versus a copy that was printed off?
yes.
Okay. And in addition to that, is there does it appear to be notarized?
Well, the second page of the form does appear to be notarized with a stamp. It's again signed as Hannah Rhoden, and then there's a notary information, again signed December 25th, 2014. The notary public that's listed is Rita Newcomb, Mr. Wagner's grandmother, and it says my commission expires December 25th of 2017.
Okay.
And there's the same printing designation along with the date on the second page.
Okay. And can you tell us, Ms. Evanslage, on that second page, is there a raised impression on there from the notary stamp?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to actually ask you to step in front of the jury just so that they can actually see that item, because it obviously doesn't translate well in the copy. I would like you to actually show, the first page. So why don't we just do the first page first? And just if you can get it close enough so that they can see that the date is. And then if you can also show them where that URL is printed out on the bottom.
It's here on the bottom, along with the date on the right side.
Okay, and then regarding the second page, if you can just also walk in front of them and indicate if that has the same URL at the bottom, and then show them where the raised.
Yep. So again, the URL and the date on the bottom. I'm trying to angle the page so you can see right here, there's the imprint from the notary stamp.
And can you walk down here too, so even the faraway ones can see it? Sorry. And that was something that you thought was important to collect on that date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find other documents that were similar to that one?
Yes, we found 2 additional copies that were filled out by different people, or signed by different people. It all had the same URL on the bottom and the same printed date on the bottom right corner.
Okay. I'm going to also mark those as a subset as well. I guess I should probably put that together. So, I'm going to mark that one as State's Exhibit CC295B. Can you tell me what that one is?
This one is the same blank form filled in, the declaration of appointment of guardian for my children in the event of my death or incapacity. It is signed on the very top, I, Edward J. Wagner, make this declaration to appoint as guardian for my child or children listed as follows in the event of my death or incapacity, Angela Wagner. This is again listing I designated Angela Wagner to serve as the guardian of my child in the event of the death or incapacity. This one is signed March 11th, 2015 by a signature Edward J. Wagner. And again, the URL on the bottom is the same as the prior form with the same date, April 3rd, 2016.
Okay. So clearly printed out on that same date.
Yes.
And this one, where the previous one purported to be executed by Hannah Rhoden, giving her child to Jake Wagner, this one is purported to be executed by Jake Wagner, giving his child to his mother?
Yes.
Okay. And same questions, is that original ink there?
Yes.
And is there a raised impression where it is notarized?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find an additional document?
Yes. We located a third one in the same tote.
Sorry. State's Exhibit CC 295C.
This is again a declaration of appointment of guardian for my children in the event of my death or incapacity. This one, it says, I, George Wagner IV, make this declaration to appoint as guardian for my child or children listed as follows in the event of my death or incapacity, Angela Wagner. Again, the designation portion, designating Angela to serve as guardian of his child in the event of death or incapacity. This one is signed March 11th, 2015 by George Wagner IV. And again, the same URL on the bottom and the same date, printing April 3rd, 2016.
Okay. And as well, the original ink and the raised impression on
Yes.
the, I just removed a blue folder from that tub, and be pages 567 and 568.
567, 568.
Yep. And I'm going to mark this group of items as CC 295D as in dog. And if you can look at those items, and first of all, if you can tell me, if you remember collecting those on that date?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what those items are?
The first one is an envelope from certified mail. The return address is Tabitha Wagner, 2232 Valley Road in Waverly. And the recipient is listed as George Wagner, 260 Peterson Road, Peebles, Ohio. The second page is a typewritten letter addressed to George, signed by Tabitha Wagner.
And can you tell us what the date was on the certified envelope?
It's stamped March 28th, 2015 by the post office.
Okay. And go ahead.
The letter lists on the top right corner a case number, DRC 20140497. The typewritten letter reads as follows. George, I spoke with my attorney. He informed me of my rights, and this is what he advised me to do. I will be at your home to pick up bovine for my visits on every Wednesday from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., starting April 1st, 2015. I will be at your house April 10th at 6 p.m. for my first visit and return bovine Sunday at 6 p.m. for my first weekend visit, followed by every other weekend, as do my rights set forth as the non-residential parent in accordance with Ohio laws. I am also sending a copy of this letter to the courts as advised by my attorney. My new address is 2232 Valley Road, located in Waverly, Ohio, 45690. My new phone number is area code 740-970-2792, and it's signed Tabitha Wagner.
APS 578, I'm not sure. Sorry, this is our, out of order. They were scanned. You might be able to put the page number up. Okay. Is that the same letter there that's on the screen?
Yes.
578, okay.
Appears to be 2 copies.
And does it appear to be that it was mailed in 2 different ways, one certified and one regular?
Yes, there is another envelope in here listed. as stamped March 30th, 2015, and the same return and recipient information.
Okay. And 632 to 633? Y'all ran it, apparently. Okay, and can you tell us what that is?
This is a note listed at the very top as second visit. It's dated Wednesday, April 18th of an unknown year at 5:30 p.m. And it lists visitation as the topic. It says to lawyer John Stevenson, and then the information says in account with my son Bullvine Wagner. The content of the note says, I came to visit with Bullvine and give him his Easter basket, and you wasn't home. I'll be back next Wednesday on the 15th of April at 5:30 p.m. And it's signed Tabitha Wagner.
Okay. And then 669. What matches, which is that?
669.
Yes, 669. And can you tell us what that is?
It's a printed piece of paper listing a visitation schedule with different holiday visitation, parenting times, things like that. In the bottom, there are two paragraphs circled, listing the non-residential parent terms for visitation. The first, third, and fourth weekend of January, alternating as the months went on, and the visitation hours every Wednesday from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m.
Okay. And then are there any other documents with that group that I provided to you?
There is a note here with the same John Stevenson name, along with a phone number to contact. That was listed as the attorney on Tabitha Wagner's note.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to hand you another group of documents. What is the number of that last one? Is that
CC 295C was George's exhibit stamp for the custody paperwork.
okay? So that was D's. This is
That was C as in Charles.
C was George's, but then the Tabitha communications was D. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I'm handing you a group of papers that are clipped together. First of all, can you tell us what those documents are? You want to leaf through them? This would be 597.
This group of documents is related to the deed and the purchase of 260 Peterson Road, the Wagner residence.
Okay. It looks like done. Okay, and can you tell us who purchased that, based on the documents there? Who does it list as?
So there is an attorney or a law office that sent this first page here, and it says, Dear Edward and George, and it's addressed to Edward J. Wagner and George W. Wagner IV with the P.O. Box in Lucasville in reference to two parcels purchased in Adams County.
Okay, and is that the 260 Peterson Road address?
Yes.
Okay. And just, let's see, 592. I'm sorry, it'll it again, because I think that was another page that's.
Sorry, is it number correct?
This is all the CC 295E. And the signature's there at the bottom.
Let's see, so far, I haven't gotten to the page that you're on yet. It's the page.
Guys, the documents speak for themselves.
I'm sorry.
The documents speak for themselves.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is she's being asked.
Okay, if you can, just whose signatures are there. It's just to establish that Jake and George purchased this together and the dates and such.
Well, that's several pages of documents there, correct? So I
Yes.
don't know, when you say whose signatures are there, I'm not sure what document you're referring to.
Okay, I will, if she locates it, then I will, so it's that pink document, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
it's the third page, the first page. So here, there are buyers' names here listed, Edward J. Wagner and George W. IV, dated December 26th of 2015. Or, I'm sorry, 2013.
Okay. And, let's see, sorry, lost my place here. 533. What'd you say? Yeah. I can't see that. Maybe it's wrong. Is it wrong? Well. Oh, then no, that's not it. So, 601. It's probably 593. Sorry, they aren't scanned in
I
the
have it.
same order that they were found. And you find that document?
Yes.
Okay.
It's titled Addendum to Contract to Purchase Wilson Realtors LLC in reference to contract purchase between Edward J. Wagner and George Wagner IV. It lists the seller's information along with the dates and the address, 260 Peterson Road.
Okay, and does it indicate when they will take possession?
Here at the bottom, it says the seller is to keep possession of the property home, barns, and outbuilding until March 28th, 2014.
Okay, and 605 to 606. Okay,
Okay.
and what is that, please?
It is labeled Errors and Omissions Agreement, dated July 13, 2015. The lender is listed as First State Bank in Peebles, Ohio. The borrower, Edward J. Wagner, 260 Peterson Road, Peebles, Ohio, 45660. And it says the closing of a loan by First State Bank for the amount of $75,000.
Okay, and that's in July of 2015, correct?
Correct.
What page is that? What page is that? Huh, okay. 606. And can you tell us what that is?
Here it's labeled Agreement to Provide Insurance. And the owners are listed as Edward J. Wagner and George W. Wagner IV, both of 260 Peterson Road, and it lists the secured party as First State Bank, again, for the loan information for $75,000.
Okay. And what is the date on that?
July 13th, 2015.
Okay. And if you can look through those documents, so they indicated it was agreement to purchase in December of 13, but they did not take possession until March of 2014. Can you tell us what the purchase price was and how they paid for that?
The documents speak for themselves. She has no personal knowledge.
Well, what is it listed on those documents?
So here on the contract to purchase, it lists the price as $175,000. And on number 6 here, it says financing contingency, none, listed as cash.
Okay.
Well, all of them are with objection, let the interest stand.
Okay. Take those. Okay, I'm going to hand you two pieces of pink paper clipped together that are marked as State's Exhibit CC 295F, as in Frank. And if you could just look at those and tell us, first of all, those are items that you collected on May 12th of 2017 from the vehicle belonging to George.
Yes.
And can you tell us what those documents are?
These are 2 documents labeled Amendment to the Listing Agreement. It's signed by a listing company, Sandlin Realtors. Phil Montgomery is the agent broker. It's dated September 20th of 2016 at 6 p.m. And it's signed by Edward Wagner and George Wagner IV. It's basically listing the agreement for 260 Peterson Road, the house, 23 acres, 3 outbuildings listed as barns. The current list price was $180,000, and it says it was changed to $155,000. The second sheet is an additional parcel that was acreage. It lists the current price as $108,000, and it's changed to $100,000. The same signing information, Sandlin Realtors, Phil Montgomery, and Edward Wagner and George Wagner IV.
Okay, and what was the date on that?
September 20th, 2016.
Hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit CC 295G, as in George. And Mr. Wilson, if you could do 675. And first, Ms. Evans-Lage, do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those as?
It was a job resume listed from 2016 for Jake Wagner.
Okay. And is that in the condition that you found them?
Yes, there are multiple copies of the same document. They're each 3 pages long.
Okay, it appears to be typewritten.
Yes.
out, okay, all right. I'm just going to have you go to page 691. And I'm just gonna have you look at this on your screen. If you go down to the, no, I mean, I can give it an exhibit number. CC 295H. I wasn't gonna make her dig through and find that particular card. But can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It's a business card for Shamrock Tattoo.
And is that one of the items that you found in that plastic container?
Yes.
Okay. And then page 325. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a invoice from Pine Top Construction. The name is listed as Wagner for the address Peterson Road in Peebles, and then with 4 different prices for work done at Peterson Road. At the bottom, it says traded 5 guns, in parentheses 1,800, and total $5,060.
Yes, State's Exhibit CC.
Wait just a minute, what was it?
Exhibit number?
CC 295I. And Ms. Eveslage, if you could, and I don't know if you need to look through them or not, or if you have a recollection of them. Obviously, there's many, many more documents in that container, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, for instance, are there tax documents in that tub?
Yes, there were a number of years' worth of tax documents located.
Okay. And who all did those tax documents belong to?
George Wagner, Jake Wagner, Angela Wagner.
Okay. And again, many other documents, and did the other documents also appear to belong to multiple individuals in the Wagner family?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. Page 413. This will be J. CC 295J. And can you tell us what that says, or what that is?
It's a letter from Phelan Insurance Agency, Inc., Incorporated, dated October 2nd, 2015, reference a policy number, and it's addressed to George Wagner III at 260 Peterson Road. And it's basically what appears to be business insurance coverage for truckers and livestock cargo policy, effective September 28th, 2015, with Great West Casualty Company.
Okay. And then there's also a claim number listed in handwriting on that, correct?
Yes.
Up in the upper right-hand corner of that
Yes.
document. Okay. And page 417. And can you tell us what that is?
And this is a letter from Great West Casualty Company, in reference to a policy number MCP 19586A. And there is a handwritten note that says, happened between 5 o'clock, January 7th, 2016, or I'm sorry, January 1st, 2016, and January 5th, 2016. There's an underline of information in the letter that says our claims reporting contact information. So I would assume goes with the prior page, the policy and the claim number.
Claims. Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and put some of those items back. And you did indicate, I believe, Ms. Evans-Lage, that some of those documents, specifically the custody documents that we first looked at, where guardianship, where it from Jake Wagner, George Wagner, and Hannah Rhoden, were those items sent to the lab?
I believe 2 of the 3 were
Okay.
sent for handwriting analysis.
Okay. And again, all of those items that you collected, you felt were important to the investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were there also items that you collected from what was called Scene 4, which was, I believe, a gray Dodge truck, and first of all, do you know who that belonged to?
That was Jake Wagner's vehicle.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what has already been marked as State's Exhibit CC 260, and I believe it's opened. You can remove that item and tell us if you know what that is.
Yes.
And
It's
what is that?
a metal box, sort of, with like a clipboard on top, containing paperwork.
Okay. And I'm not sure I should say that, to be honest. If you could just let us know, is there a driver's license in there and a social security card in there?
On the very top, there is a copy of Tabitha Clater's driver's license and social security card, the front and the back, I believe. And I don't think the originals are in here.
Okay, so there's an actual photocopy of the driver's license of Tabitha?
Yes, and the social security card.
Okay. And can you tell us, does it say when that was issued, the driver's license?
The driver's license issue date is September 23rd, 2016, and the social security card is dated September 30th of 2016.
Okay. That way, thank you. Going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit CC 262. I'm going to take a plastic container out of that one. And first of all, can you tell us what it says on the top of that?
In permanent marker, it's labeled important files.
Okay. And again, you recognize that as a container that was taken out of the gray truck belonging to Jake Wagner, called Scene 4.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what is in that container?
They are photocopies of Facebook conversations.
And who are the Facebook conversations, who they appear to be between?
Tabitha and her mother, corresponding with various people on Facebook,
Okay.
Messenger.
And are there also documents of her mother's conversations?
Yes,
Okay. And Tabitha's conversations with multiple individuals, correct?
yes,
Along with her mother's conversations with multiple people?
yes. There's a number of pages of printouts of conversations.
Okay. And say hundreds of pages, correct?
Yep,
Okay. And was that all that was in that container?
yes.
Okay. Back, sorry. CC 264. If you could look at that and tell me if you recognize that, and Andy, this is Bruce Lee, pages 2 and 3. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, there are 2 pages each stapled information from the law offices of Bruce R. Daly in reference to shared parenting of Sophia May Wagner in Juvenile Court in Pike County. So basically, it's a billing statement, if you will, from the attorney. It also lists a description of what was billed for. For instance, a telephone conference with the client.
Yes.
again, rehanding you, this envelope is marked on the outside of State's Exhibit CC 264, previously identified by Mr. Fortner. And you removed, it appears to be a couple pieces of paper stapled together. correct?
Yes, 4 total pages, and 2 each, stapled together.
Okay, and in fact, they appear to be duplicates of each other, the 2 different groups that are stapled together, as far as the typewritten portions.
I mean, it's 2 different copies.
Okay,
One is beginning June 5th, 2015, and ends November 11th, 2015.
Okay.
And then the second one first lists information for payments, and then it begins April 23rd, 2016.
okay, I'm gonna mark those as subsets because. Okay, we're going to deal with the, this is 2 of 2.
Yeah. So this one is the June 5th of 2015.
Okay, both dated June 14th.
Right.
Okay.
So there are 2 different, one is labeled invoice number 3004, and one is labeled invoice 3005.
Okay. Well, we're doing it backwards, and they also have page 2 stapled in front of page 1, so. But go ahead and tell us in State's Exhibit CC 264A, what that document is.
It's dated June 14th, 2016. It says, in reference to shared parenting of one child. The next line says, after the death of Hannah Mae Rhoden, change to custody of one child and custody / companionship of one child. So the top portion lists payments received, and then the bottom is the hours worked in the billing amounts. It begins on April 23rd, 2016, with a telephone conference with client regarding the death of Hannah Mae Rhoden and the custody of one child.
So April 23rd being the day after the rodents were discovered.
Correct.
Okay. And that is a 2-page document.
Yes.
And what is the invoice number on that?
It is 3005.
Okay. And then the second document that is in there? Which has been marked as State's Exhibit CC 264B.
Yes. So it's listed, dated June 14th, 2016, invoice number 3004, in reference to shared parenting of one child. It first lists a deposit contribution of $1,000 received from Edward Jacob Wagner, and then the billing information, billable hours begin on June 5th, 2015, initial meeting with client and research regarding client and child's mother. There are various other entries in the months following June of 2015.
Okay. All right, and again, do those represent documents that you recovered from scene 4, from the vehicle belonging to Jake Wagner?
Yes.
And are those in the same condition you found them? There's also some handwritten stuff on the back of one of those.
Yeah, the invoice 3005 has what appear to be payment dates and the amounts listed.
Okay. And is there also some indication on the one that starts June 5th of 2015 that there was also a meeting with Jake and the child's mother?
Yes.
Okay.
Particularly one listed August 25th, 2015. It's labeled meeting with client and child's mother to review documents. And then there is a second entry, November 11th, 2015, meeting with client and child's mother to review documents.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Trade you here, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit AA265. If you can look at that, take out that item, and tell us if you recognize that. And this is scene picture CC63, and it's 8163 digital. Okay, and can you tell us please what we are looking at there?
Yes, the receipt I have in my hand is a receipt I located at the search warrant. It's a Walmart receipt dated April 7th, 2016 at 4:58 p.m.
At what time, please?
It says 16:58:48,
Okay.
4:58 p.m.
And what Walmart store was that?
On Emmett Avenue in Waverly.
Okay. And can you tell us, is that a receipt that you recovered from, again, scene 4, Jake's truck?
Yes.
And do you recall where that was located, that receipt?
Yes, there was a clear tote that was divided into 3 sections. One that was labeled Angela and Billy, one that was labeled George, and one that was labeled Jake, but it was all one container.
Okay. And do you recall which divided area that was in?
The top portion, Angela and Billy.
Okay. Did you collect that particular item that it came from?
We did not.
Okay, just that receipt or and some other things from that?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us why you felt that that item was important?
Going into the search warrant, we had specific items that we were thinking of, particularly of interest. We knew of the Walmart shoe at the time of the search warrant, so we were certainly looking for anything to do with Walmart, anything to do with cell phones, and the obvious, guns, ammunition, things like that. So that was one of my missions, was to look specifically for anything regarding purchases at Walmart.
Okay. And what did that receipt have on it that drew your interest?
So there are 2 lines at the bottom. It looks like there's actually 3. One has 2 asterisks and it says voided entry. So there it says M Athletics with a SKU number and a price $13.97. The second line is the one that appears to have been voided, followed by the third line, another M Athletics, and another price of $13.97.
Okay. And the number that is voided appears to be the same as the one that was purchased. So it looked like you just double ringed it perhaps, and then it was voided, correct?
I assume so.
Okay. And, okay, so you collected that based on that information being contained on that receipt, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us the date?
April 7th, 2016.
Okay. And then CC266, if you can tell us what that is, please.
This is correspondence from the County Court of Common Pleas Juvenile Division, addressed to Edward Wagner. There are 3 individual envelopes. 2 of them are from Pike County Department of Job and Family Services, also addressed to Edward Wagner at 260 Peterson Road. So the first envelope from the Pike County Court of Common Pleas Juvenile Division is stamped June 29th, 2016 by the post office. And it is an entry order to conduct genetic paternity testing for Kylie Rhoden.
And does it also have the results?
I don't see it on this one. I don't see it in this one. Yep. So there's a second envelope from Pike County Department of Job and Family Services. So there was actually 3 envelopes,
Okay.
all with items in it, and then this was loose.
Okay, so CC266A, CC266B is the one you have
Yeah.
now.
This is in order for the genetic testing, and so is this one. So there were actually 4 items.
Okay.
They were stuck together.
And then that final one. Okay, so just for purposes of the record, C266A, can you tell us which one that is?
Yes, so that is an envelope containing documents from Pike County Government Center, Court of Common Pleas Juvenile Division, dated June 29th, 2016. And it's entries for DNA testing for Kylie Rhoden.
Okay, and then C266B,
It is an envelope from Pike County Department of Job and Family Services, dated June 15th, 2016, addressed to Edward Wagner, 260 Peterson Road. This is a notice of request for paternity determination in an order to appear for genetic testing. The testing date was listed as June 23rd, 2016, regarding the minor child, Kylie Rhoden.
okay, and then the final one, I'm sorry.
This is 266C, is an additional envelope from the Pike County Department of Job and Family Services, dated June 14th, 2016, also addressed to Edward Wagner, 260 Peterson Road. This appears to be a duplicate for the paternity determination testing on June 23rd, 2016, in regards to the minor child, Kylie Rhoden. 266D, 2 pages. It is documentation from the Ohio Department of Job and Family Services with an administrative order labeled non-existence of father and child relationship in reference to Kylie M. Rhoden.
Okay.
says it is therefore ordered that a father and child relationship does not exist between the alleged father, Edward Wagner, and the child born April 17th, 2016.
And can you tell us where you recovered those documents from?
The gray Dodge Ram belonging to Jake Wagner.
Okay. And do you remember specifically where in that it would have been?
I don't recall at the moment.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Just for the record, these are CC 266 A through D, correct?
Correct. Okay, and regarding this scene, I'm going to show you a photograph. It's CC71. Can you read the digital number on the back of that?
ATF 8171.
Okay, and can you tell us, what are we looking at there?
This is a Walmart receipt I located. It is dated March 17th, 2016, at 21:20 hours. It's the purchase of multiple items. Particularly of interest was a what's labeled as a camera kit for $299, along with a 3-year service plan for $28.
And can you tell us why that was of interest to you?
Certainly if there were surveillance cameras, we wanted to recover footage that may have been captured of things of interest.
Okay. And can you tell us, was that item itself, the receipt itself, collected, or was just a photograph taken?
As far as I know, the receipt was collected.
Okay. And can you tell us who's holding that?
Myself.
Okay. All right. Regarding that last one marked as States Exhibit C71, did you do any additional work as to that item?
Yes, we attempted to identify the make and model of the camera kit using the number provided to look up the item.
Okay, and were you able to do that?
Yes,
Okay. And what did that, what was that item?
a DVR kit.
All right. Your Honor, I'm about to go into a next scene. It occurs to me we've been going for an hour and a half, so I don't know if this is a good time to break.
We will take a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. At 2:20, you should assemble at the jury room and be brought up by court personnel. While you're on break, do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit the case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do no research at all concerning the case, either as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with participants in the case, including counsel, parties, or witnesses. Anything further from counsel for either side before we take our 15-minute break. And we are in break until 2:20. Assemble at the jury room.
gonna put them on as actually. Because it's weird.
It is.
She collected them without the stickers on it, so it seems weird to mark them. So,
You may be seated. The state may continue its direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if you could pull back up CC 8171. Okay, if you could go ahead and close up on that, please, again, so we can see the purchases. Ms. Eveslage, we were talking right before the break, I believe, about this receipt, and asked you if you had done some further work and found out, you said that there was one item that turned out to be a DVR,
Correct.
correct? And can you tell us which item that is?
It's the one labeled camera kit with a SKU number, and the price is $299.
Okay. And does there also appear to be a service plan that was purchased that same date?
Yes, the next line says 3-year service plan with another number and $28.
Okay. And I asked you if you'd done some additional work on that receipt. Did you also try to decide or find out what the other items were?
On the receipt?
Yes.
Yes.
And what were the other items there?
The other one is a cable to connect a hard drive or like an HDMI cable. The next one is a mobile phone, and it provides the product serial number of the phone, as well as a like minutes card for a Verizon phone, priced at $45.
Okay. And again, the date on that was in March of 2016, correct?
Yes, March 17th, 2016.
Okay. Our daily alarm. Okay. All right, and did you also collect items from the scene described as Scene 5, which I believe was the large black trailer?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to first hand you a paper bag which has been previously marked as State's Exhibit CC288. And if you could just go ahead and look at that just briefly and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recognize that as?
It was a collection of documents, most of them related to the custody of Sophia.
Okay. And I believe I've already marked one, but I only marked one. Yeah, that was, okay. So are there other items there in addition to items surrounding the custody of Sophia?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and direct your attention first to State's Exhibit CC288A. And that will be page 174. Okay. And can you go ahead and tell us what we're looking at there?
So this is a single notebook page, double-sided, with handwritten. There are journal entries, if you will. The first one is dated Wednesday, September 30th, 2015. Jake and George were going to get movies. They stopped by to see Sophie and give her some stomach meds. She was crying and wanted to go with her daddy, so Jake took her with him, while Hannah went to Buffalo Wild Wings in Chillicothe with Frankie and his girlfriend. Sophie got real sick and threw up a couple of times. On their way home, Jake dropped Sophie off to Hannah. The second entry is dated Friday, October 2nd, 2015. Hannah asked Jake to come get Sophie because she was being wild and she could not handle Sophie and Brentley at the same time. She needed some time to get herself ready, dressed, etc. The second page says, when Jake got there, Dana was asleep and Hannah was in the bedroom with the covers over her head. Sophie and Brentley were running around pouring water all over the floor, trash, dirty diapers everywhere. and then it cuts off. That's Sophie. That's all it says.
Okay. And is that one of the items that you collected on May 12th of 2017 from the scene marked as scene 5
Yes.
at State Route 41? That's good. Yeah, I don't put it there. Sure, we can do that one.
So it's the same, it just is.
Yeah. Okay. State's Exhibit CC 288B. If you could look at that and tell me if you recognize that. And
I do.
that would be, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I do. It's a 3-page typewritten document titled Custody, Sophia Wagner. Would you like me to read it?
Go down. Go down. Yes, please.
Okay. So on the top it reads, Agreement Edward Wagner / Hannah Rhoden for Sophia Wagner. Custody for Sophia Wagner. Parents are to have 50-50 custody. Each parent's time with Sophia. Each parent will have Sophia 1 week at a time. Holidays will be shared 50-50. Each parent is welcome to accompany Sophia throughout the whole day of the holiday. If a celebration of an event, such as birthdays of the parent of which is not in his or her week, his/her week, that parent will have Sophia for that day. Vacations are limited to 1 week unless agreed upon with both parents. Both parents are welcome to see Sophia for a visit in the week of the other parent that has her. The next portion is titled Babysitting/Daycare. Sophia is not to have daycare. Babysitting will be in the mother/father and mother's mother and father's mother. First choice babysitter will be father in the week that Sophia is with mother, and mother in the week Sophia is with father. The next section is titled Earned Income Credit on Taxes. The parent that will receive the most earned income credit will claim Sophia on taxes. The amount received for Sophia will be shared 50-50 to be put in a college fund by both parents. The next section is titled School. Sophie will be homeschooled by a paid teacher by the father. Father will supply the schooling facility and all supplies. Sophia's schooling will be 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Parents are to help with homework Friday through Sunday if needed. The next section is titled Medical. Both parents are to have 50-50 decision-making on Sophia's medical, such as medication, surgery, and treatments, and to be notified by the parents if Sophia is taken to the doctor or if Sophia becomes sick. The next section is titled Religion. Sophia is to be, it says, raised based on father's religious beliefs. The final section is titled Environmental Safety. Sophia is not to go anywhere that the environment of which either parent goes to, such as places or events, while having Sophia with that parent is considered unsafe for Sophia by either parent. If one parent disagrees on a place that one parent thinks is unsafe, then both parents are to discuss the reasons of the issue until agreed upon.
Okay. And Ms. Everslade, you said the one word said rise, and are there additional misspelled words throughout that document?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, in comparison to the typewritten document that we saw that was identified as Jake's resume from another one of the scenes, does that appear to be the same typewriting?
It's certainly the same font, yes.
Okay. And through your work in this case, did you observe numerous writings, text messages, etc., from Jake Wagner?
Yes.
And can you tell us what his spelling abilities appear to be?
Sustained.
Did you observe any other misspelled words in those other writings?
Yes.
Objection. We don't know who did the writings.
Sorry.
We don't know who did any of these writings.
I'm talking about other writings that she's identified as coming from Jake. It doesn't matter.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Jury will disregard the answer.
Okay. Where was that other one, the facts one? Okay, so marking State's Exhibit CC 288C. And again, this is the, don't worry about the others. This is the, appears to be the same first page that you just read to us. It actually goes down again a little bit, doesn't it? Babysitting, daycare, yeah, so. Okay, but can you tell us, can you look at that and tell us what that is?
Yeah, it's a cover sheet for a fax transmission with a telephone number at the top, 740-947-7774. And it says on here that there were 2 pages, but we only have 1.
Okay, and again, is that an item that you collected on May 12th of 2017 up on State Route 41?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, if you wanna, let's actually, I'll take these over here and then, so you don't have to hold everything there. State's Exhibit CC 288D, as in dog. If you can look at that and tell us what it is.
It's a green piece of paper. It's a flyer labeled Judgment Day, Extreme Mud Race. It says, "Are you ready? Come test your abilities." May 11th, 2013. The contact information for this race was listed as Edward Wagner with a phone number, or Angela Wagner with a phone number, or George Wagner with a phone number.
Okay. Does it indicate a location that that's supposed to happen, or not?
It just says, "Come test your abilities on R22." So,
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit CC 288E. If you could look at that document and tell us what that is.
it appears to be a copy of a typewritten document, partially handwritten, an attorney-client agreement. It's labeled Initial Consultation Agreement, and it's signed by Edward Wagner, Jake Wagner, and Bruce Daly.
I don't know, so it's okay. Can't read my own writing. Okay, and what is the date of the initial consultation?
The initial consultation agreement says April 20th, 2015, and then at the bottom it says that the agreement has been read and signed on June 8th of 2015 by both Jake Wagner and Bruce Daly.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit CC 288F as in Frank. If you could look at those items and please tell me what those are.
It is 3 pages of correspondence from Adams County Job and Family Services. The notice date is dated January 5th, 2015, with a case number. It's a notice of action that an application for Medicaid dated November 26, 2014 has been denied. It says, list the people affected by this action are Edward J. Wagner, Bullvine H. Wagner, and George W. Wagner IV. Medicaid has been denied due to no one is eligible for MAGI-based Medicaid, and lists in Ohio Administrative Rule Code.
Okay, and does it indicate at the bottom who was impacted by that decision?
It says Bullvine H. Wagner is denied due to the individual is already on Medicaid.
And who else?
George W. Wagner IV is denied due to the individual failed to provide income information. Edward J. Wagner is denied due to the individual failed to provide income information.
And again, what was the date on that?
The notice date is listed as January 5th, 2015.
State's Exhibit CC288G. What is that item, please?
This form is titled Ohio Department of Job and Family Services Application/Reapplication Verification Request Checklist. The assistance group name is listed as George Wagner with a case number and a final notice date of July 9th, 2015. On it is circled, there's a checkbox that lists income verifications, pay stubs is circled, and there's a handwritten note that says, "Get paid monthly by George Wagner Trucking. Did not receive anything for June." A copy of the check for July is included with the initials JWW the 4th. And then at the bottom, there's another checkbox selected as other. And it says, it says she left the household November 11th, 2014. At the bottom of the form, there's another handwritten note with a star next to it. I have Bullvine Wagner, in parentheses, my son, 100% of the time. I am the one with full custody. Tabitha does not keep him at her house for any amount of time. And it is initialed JWW the 4th. Sorry, GWW the 4th.
Okay, and again, is that a document that you collected on May 12th of 2017 at State Rep 41?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked as CC288H, if you could tell us what that document is.
This is a one-page document, typewritten, titled Deer Lease 2015. It reads, "This agreement is for the deer lease on such property listed 2158 State Route 73, Hillsborough, Ohio, and 1315 State Route 73, Hillsborough, Ohio, for the dates of September 18th, 2015 to February 2nd, 2016. This agreement is between Billy Roberts and George Wagner IV, Edward J. Wagner, Rick Rhoden, James Rhoden, and Edie Rhoden. A deposit of $100 has already been given. The remaining amount owed of $1,900 is to be given today, September 18th, 2015. No more will be owed for the dates between September 18th, 2015 and February 2nd, 2016. We do not hold the owner of said properties responsible for any unforeseen injuries that may come to any of us while leasing the properties."
Okay, and again, does that appear to be the font that you saw on both the custody agreement and the resume and now this deer lease?
Yes.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit CC288I. If you can tell us what that document is.
It appears to be a printout of a part of charges from a banking statement. At the top it says memo post First State Bank / core director. On there's a handwritten note labeled charged twice, Edward Wagner's card number, followed by a credit card number, and it also lists George Wagner with an account number.
Okay. I'm going to actually staple these together, I believe. Away from each other. Handing you what's been marked as 3 pages stapled together, marked as State's Exhibit C288J. You could look at those items and tell me what they are. Page 10 is the first one.
These are 3 handwritten notes signed by Hannah Rhoden.
Okay, and the first one reads what?
I love you, babe. Love, Hannah.
And then see. And what does the second one say?
The second one is dated July 18th, 2012. Edward Wagner, with a smiley face. I love you with all my heart. I can't wait till we get married and start a family. I hate when we fight and argue because it hurts me and you. I'm bored. I'm just writing you because I can't talk to you. Sleep tight with an exclamation point. Love you. Hope you find this in your wallet. Love, Hannah Mae Wagner. With a little like surprise and a smiley face. Sleepy, crazy boy. Don't you know I love you? The next one is a handwritten note on the bottom dated August 27th, 2010. Dear Edward, I love you with all of my heart. I'm so glad I met you. I thank God for you every day. I know you think I write very funny. I cannot have the notebook up straight. It has to be sideways. Don't laugh at me, monkey. Love you with a smiley face. Love, Hannah.
CC 288K. Again, I'll go ahead and staple these together, even though they weren't stapled initially. Okay, so I've now stapled these together, handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit CC 288K. Tell us what that is. And
It's multiple pages, looks like a copy of handwritten notes. It's titled Edward and George Wagner, claim number and a policy number. And then it's a list of household items, when they were purchased and where they were purchased, if applicable. So there's a number of pages with prices, household items, antiques listed.
And how many total pages are there?
So they're numbered at the top portion of the page. There's 12 pages total of handwritten notes.
Okay. Some of which are being displayed on that scene. Again, it's not scanned in order. There's the page one. But just listing various items, correct?
Yes, they
Okay.
appear to be household items.
Okay, this last one I'm going to hand you is going to be marked as State's Exhibit C288L. Do you recall collecting this item?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that item is and why you collected it?
It is labeled Vintage Garden 2015 12-month calendar. I started reading the calendar and noted notes of interest regarding Hannah and Sophia. So there are blank pages in the beginning. So the first calendar entries begin on May 2015. May 2nd, Sophia had a black and blue bump on her head above her ear. May 2016. May 16th, 2015, Sophia had the top of her ear severely bruised. There are notes about animals. Then on May 29th, 2015, Sophia has second-degree burn on, in parentheses, right side pinky finger. June 2015, on the 4th, Billy's birthday. And then from the 14th through the 17th, there's a note, Sophia had an allergic reaction to something on her leg, rash all over. On June 22nd and 23rd, it lists load for Fred to Cargill, Pennsylvania, Jake and Billy. June 25th, load for Cooper, Missouri, Jake and Billy. There are notes related to Bullvine's birthday in July. August is blank. September 2015, the first week in this corner here, the Sunday, it's listed as Hannah week. The next week says Jake week, Hannah week, so it alternates as the weeks of the month go on. And then on September 3rd, 2015, there's a note, Jake had SEDS today, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Hannah had a funeral and fell asleep. September 4th, Jake went and got SEDS tonight. September 5th, Sophie here. On September 23rd, took Sophie to Hannah. Jake went to West Union to pick Sophie back up. And then there's a note here on the bottom in the notes portion. Jake has been taking Sophie to Hannah and picking Sophie up every time they change, even on Hannah's days. She works and has Jake watch Sophie. She has not paid any of the expenses. October is blank. November is blank. And December is blank.
And we're going to go to 202.
202?
Yep. I think.
So
Is that what you're looking at?
yeah, there's a cover here for, this is a second calendar, it appears. It's a Farmer's Almanac 2015 calendar. And the first, this first page here is,
that separately marked?
It's all clipped together, Your Honor. It's if you'll show the judge kind of the, if you want me to mark it separately, I can do that.
That's Exhibit L. 288L,
Yes.
CC 288L.
Is that what I'm at? Was it L?
yes, L.
Okay. Yeah, it must be L, because I don't have L on my sheet. And usually, Ms. Eversley doesn't lie to me.
So this calendar is October of 2015. There are notes for George's birthday, a load to Kansas. October 14, Jake got SED so Hannah could see her boyfriend, and in parentheses, it says, get rest for sugar test for new baby.
You want me to catch this up? You got it orient me where?
Page 222.
And then take a witness list, and keys on it, and make sure they're all.
Yep. Okay. And they appear to be in not in
Okay.
order,
So this-
right? Okay, so that was page 202. Yep.
So
And there
Let's-
should be a February of 15. Like if we could go in order, February, March, I don't think there's no April 15.
I think they're just backwards.
Reverse order there.
Okay. So,
Okay, so you started with that sticky note.
yes, this
Page,
is the
okay,
cover
so
sheet,
that's
January
two-
2015.
Okay. Yep, so go to 206. Will be, is the next one February 15?
It's January of 15, but
Okay.
there aren't any,
Exhibit number for this?
Yes, it is CC288L.
okay. You're good. Yeah, so there weren't any relevant notes on there. It looks like a note for an animal in January of 2015. February of 2015, there are different notes for bought hay and straw, Billy and George cattle, 2 loads to Lancaster with Bernie, paid $900 on February 11th and 12th of 2015. February 13th, a note for an animal. February 16th, a note about a holiday. So this is for March 2015, on March 6th, it says Hannah gone. The next day, HG, followed by 4 or 5 more days until March 12th, and they all say HG, following the first Hannah gone. On March 25th and 26th, it says Kansas load, George and Dad. March 27th, Sophie was brought here this afternoon, staying until Sunday morning, Colt Ford concert. Then on the 28th, Missouri load, Jake and Dad. This is for April 2015. There's a note for Hannah's birthday on the 7th. There are other notes regarding animals. And then there's a note here in the corner. I'm not sure what the first name is. Someone and George bought 6 sheep for $625 and 1 turkey. So, May 2015, there are loads listed as April 29th and 30th from the previous month. Pennsylvania load for Fred, Billy, and Jake. Notes of family members' birthdays, other things about animals. There's a note for a load on May 9th, George and Billy. May 11th, load to Pennsylvania, George and Billy. Billy's doctor's appointments, loads to different states for the rest of the month.
Okay.
On June 1st, 2015, there's a note for Sophie here, Billy's birthday, and then again with one of the previous months, there's a note here on June 7th, Sophie gone, followed by the next week, Sophie here, Sophie gone, Sophie here. Then on June 29th, George and Billy dropped off load. July 2015, George and Billy load to Rushville, Indiana, 604 miles dropped off. There's again rotation of Sophie gone, Sophie here, Sophie gone, Sophie here. On July 25th, 2015, there's a note that says Hannah brought Sophia down about 1:30 or 2 p.m. Jake told her she could keep her longer this Saturday, but she said she had something to do. Brought her early. This is August 2015, a load up with Billy and Jake. There's a note on August 14th, Dana picked up something I can't read, 12 noon, $250. And then on August 19th, there's a note that says Hannah has tests, watch suds. August 21st, got Sophia early today instead of on Saturday. On August 24th and 25th, George and Billy, Nebraska, $3,400. August 29th, George and Jake leave for diesel, possibly. This is for September 2015. There is a note on the 1st, Sophia left today. On the 3rd, there's a note, Jake picked Sophia up at 10 a.m. at Hannah's, took her back at 9:45 to 10 p.m. Hannah had a funeral to go to, then went home and slept. There's again a rotation each week. Hannah, it says Hannah's week, Jake week, Hannah week, Jake week, Hannah week. There is a note on September 20th to 21st, George and Dad load to Kansas, 38:26:60. This is October 2015, notes for family member's birthday. On the 14th, Jake got suds so Hannah could see her, in parentheses, birthday for boyfriend and get rest for sugar test for new baby. On the 16th, it says Jake picked up suds so Hannah could go to hospital with Frankie, baby being born. The 18th and 19th, George and Billy load to Kansas on way back. I'll note that there are also numbers circled in weeks along the way that say this one, for instance, says 16, 18. The next month there's one circled 24. This is November 2015. On the 9th, there's a note, drove by Hannah's. Sophia was with Dana and Bobby Joe. On the 15th, Sophie's party at 1 p.m., Sophia's birthday. And again, the number circled that says 24. So that's the end of this calendar.
Okay. And again, same question, Ms. Evans, did you collect that item as well on May 12th of 2017 from the scene marked by State Route 41?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Obviously, there's other documents in there that we did not talk about today, correct?
Yes.
Or that I did not have you pull out separately. And likewise, in the other cases, plastic containers and tubs that I gave you, there were many other documents that I didn't have you pull out and talk about, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you did collect those all on that date that you helped with the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, did you do additional follow-up? You indicated you tracked down some of the information on the receipt with the DVR and the protected plan and the cell phone, I believe. Did you also do some follow-up work regarding the Walmart receipt that had the athletic shoes on it?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll just go ahead and hand that back to you. It's CC 265. And can you tell us what additional work did you do on that?
So we had paper copies of surveillance images and receipts that we had obtained prior to the search warrants from Walmart once we learned of the Walmart shoe. So we had all of these items back at our command post in Piketon, and I left the search warrant to go get those physical copies of the surveillance images and the purchase information.
Okay. And specifically focusing on the date and time that appeared on that receipt?
Yes, and in particular at the Waverly location. They were divided, the purchases were divided by what store they took place at.
Okay. And was there any additional effort simultaneously to provide the content of that receipt to another agent?
Yes, Agent Jenkins.
Okay. And what was the purpose of providing that to Agent Jenkins?
To have Walmart verify that this was in fact the shoe that we were looking for.
Okay. And so you went, where did you go to? You indicated,
Our command post,
okay, and where was that located at the time?
the A plant.
Okay. And were you able to pull up the images from purchases made on April 7th of 2016 at the Waverly Walmart?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed?
The surveillance images, one of them was Angela Wagner leaving the Walmart location, and one was the black excursion, known to be owned by the Wagners at the time.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as JJ1. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It's a surveillance image from Walmart of Angela Wagner leaving after shopping at the location.
Okay. And is that the same date and time, or can you tell us what date and time that video or image is from?
It's on April 7th, 2016. I think the timestamp on the surveillance image is just shortly after the receipt timestamp, giving her a minute to leave the store.
Okay. And JJ2? Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It's a surveillance image from the same Walmart just a couple minutes later of a black excursion with a table on top.
Okay. And JJ3?
Additional surveillance images of the same vehicle in the Walmart parking lot.
Okay. And it appears that there's a passenger in that front seat, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that this was an excursion known to belong to the Wagners at the time, back in April of 2016. How did you know that?
BMV records.
Okay. JJ4? And again, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
It's an additional surveillance image provided by Walmart.
Yeah, JJ5. So, only JJ4. All right. Once you tracked down those images, you were able to confirm that that was in fact Angela Wagner purchasing those items. What did you do with that information?
I provided that to the investigators.
Okay. Did you return to State Route 41 then?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And does that represent the totality of the activity that you engaged in on May 12th of 2017?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Charlotte.
The defense may cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, how are you? Why is it I get the Friday afternoon before a long holiday cross-examination? Okay, did you write a report about your activities on this day?
No, I didn't.
The calendar you just referenced, where is that? Right here beside you?
Yeah.
May I look at that for a moment? And what's the exhibit number on that, please?
288L. There were two different ones.
All right, these are single-page documents for the record. I mean, it's not all connected, right?
Yeah, it appears to have been separated over time or.
This is how you found it?
Yes.
That's my point. You're more familiar with this document than me. Can you pull up the month of October, please?
So there's one version, October 2015 is blank, and then
Hold on
the,
a second, please.
this one,
October 2015 is completely blank?
on the first one, and then the second one, they're both calendars for 2015. This one is, so on the, so this is the next page would be November 2015 if you hold it that way, so.
I see.
This is October.
So this one is October. Okay, so this covers 2 different years?
No, this is, so they're both calendars for the 2015 period. They're just two different.
2
calendars.
different Octobers?
Well, there's 2 versions. This is a completely different calendar, and this one goes together like that.
Okay. So these are 2 different calendars in one exhibit?
Yes?
If you want to mark them separately, we can certainly do that.
Well, let's look at the one with the red label. CC 288L, correct?
Mhm.
Can you show me the October one there? And there's nothing written in October.
Not on this.
Not on this one.
Yes.
That's the one I'm asking about.
Yes,
Are there notations made in other months for that calendar?
yes.
Thank you. Put that back. This is a clear plastic tote. Did you collect and mark CC 295? Is that correct?
I believe so. I can't read it from here.
Yeah, let me move this up by you, and I'll move that calendar out of the way. Is this tote CC 295? Do you know?
My understanding is that this paper in particular is the one marked. I don't see a marking on the outside of the container.
Mr. Berger,
Yeah.
the exhibit sticker's on
It
the
came from the back.
bag that we just gave.
Okay.
I see. So this tote itself is not marked, it's just the bag it was in.
That is in, correct?
Yes, we removed it from that bag.
All right. I believe you identified CC 295D as a certified, as mail addressed to George Wagner from Tabitha by certified mail, right?
Yes.
All right. And then I think you identified this document, which does not have an exhibit number, addressed to George, correct?
Yes.
And it appears to be, was that in this envelope?
I'm not sure. We get so many.
Right. How many pages are in this tub?
Quite a few.
Quite a few. Did you make an inventory of what was found in here?
We did an inventory of things that were taken, but that's not in my particular job focus. I was searching through them. It's up to our agents and crime scene personnel to inventory as the best practices of BCI. So that's not in my wheelhouse at all.
That's not in your wheelhouse. You're looking, and if you see something of interest to you, you pull it out and say, hey, make a note of this or set this aside.
We were photographing things. We were collecting things. You know, that was my job, was just to look through these totes to look for items of interest, and how they were collected. That's a different assignment than mine.
Okay, fair enough. Have you looked through this entire tub of what are probably hundreds of pages of documents?
In 2017, I did, yes.
In 2017. Did you do that in preparation for your testimony in this case recently?
I haven't been through them recently, no.
Okay. Nonetheless, getting back to this typed letter that appears to be from Tabitha, it starts off, George, I spoke with my attorney, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And it's typed in Tabitha Wagner, correct?
yes,
There's no signature here, correct?
correct.
All right. And this certainly is not a legal document from a court, correct?
It doesn't appear to be.
Likewise, I think you testified about this receipt that has not been marked, which appears to be a generic receipt. Would you agree with me?
I mean, it's a note on a piece of paper. I can't say for sure where it came from,
Okay.
but it's signed by Tabitha Wagner.
Certainly not a legal document of any sort.
Doesn't appear to be.
Going to the next piece of paper, which has not been marked, but it starts off at the top, Christmas, outside the home, a residential parent, visitation 1 to 1.5 years, etc. I'm not going to read this whole thing. Did you retrieve this?
Yes,
All right. Do you know where this came from?
I can't say specifically inside the tote.
Inside the tote. It certainly doesn't appear to be a legal document, correct?
My understanding and my own experience with custody agreements, it appears to be perhaps like a boilerplate page from a custody or visitation agreement.
All right. There's no page number on this, correct?
I don't see one.
There doesn't appear to be an author, certainly not from the court.
It doesn't appear to have any of that.
You identified today many different handwritten documents, correct? Of various sorts.
I mean, there were multiple handwritten notes. I have to be more specific.
All right, here's my question. Do you know who wrote any of these items?
I can't say for certain.
You just found them, right?
Yes,
You don't know who the author is, correct?
I can't say for certain who the author of any handwriting is.
You're not a handwriting expert, correct?
I'm not.
CC 295I, this is a receipt from Pine Top Construction, I believe you identified earlier.
Yes,
It says Wagner, Peterson Road, Peebles, Ohio, doesn't identify any particular person, right?
I don't see an individual name, though.
Right. You just found this in this box, correct?
Yes,
All right. You don't know what this is about?
it appears to be work performed on 260 Peterson Road.
You
That's
just
all I
don't
can
know?
ascertain.
You're just reading what's here, right?
Yes,
Did you interview anybody concerning this document?
I don't conduct interviews.
Okay, do you know if any of the agents interviewed anybody concerning this document?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay, and you did not prepare a report to review, correct?
The agents all prepare investigative reports after search warrants. That's part of their job description. We don't write reports like that in my
Okay.
unit.
All right, you just go off memory based on what you did, right?
We certainly take notes along the way, emails, document things, the IRs that the agents author. list
I'm
things.
asking about you in particular. Did you make any notes about what you did this day?
There's no report that lists my specific activities.
Okay, you're just working off your memory. Is that right or not?
There's not any specific documentation that lists explicitly what I did on this day.
Are
I
you
came to the
working
search
off
warrant.
your memory? It's a yes or no question.
At this present time, yes.
Okay. There are documents in this tub from a place called Klinger Accounting and Tax Service, is that right?
I can see that there, yes.
I'm gonna mark this Wagner Exhibit 8, I believe. Can you identify that, please?
It's a typewritten document from Klinger Accounting and Tax Service, dated March 10th, 2015, addressed to George W. Wagner, 260 Peterson Road, and it lists tax information for a particular year.
What year is it?
It doesn't say. It says
Okay.
federal income tax, Ohio income tax.
All right. Appears to be tax documents from George W. Wagner, correct?
That's what it appears, but I can't be sure that it's George Wagner IV. There's no.
Right, it doesn't say which George W. Wagner, it just says George W. Wagner.
What is it?
I'm sorry, it's Wagner Exhibit 8. Wagner Exhibit 9. Can you identify that from this box?
It's an additional page from Klinger Accounting and Tax Service dated March 10th, 2015, addressed to George W. Wagner, 260 Peterson Road. It appears to be some kind of privacy policy information.
All right. And that's also from the same accounting service?
It appears to be yes.
Okay. Well, it has the same name, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wagner Exhibit 10, do you know what that document is?
It's an additional typewritten page from Klinger Accounting and Tax Service. Customer name is listed as George W. Wagner, 260 Peterson Road. Information about a 2014 tax return.
Do you know what this document is? Wagner Exhibit 11.
It's addressed to a George Wagner at 260 Peterson Road, dated December 1st, 2016, from the Ohio Department of Taxation. And it's in reference to an international fuel tax agreement license. It lists license information and a decal number.
All right. Looking at what's been marked as Wagner Exhibit 12, do you know what that is?
Appears to be an envelope, e-file completed tax returns dated April 4th, 2016, to the name of George Wagner IV.
In your research, or I'm sorry, not your research, in collecting various documents, did you come to understand that George Wagner IV had his own bank account?
That was not my understanding.
That was not your understanding.
There's a known bank account that I know that he shares with Jake Wagner,
All right, but you're not aware of any of his own bank accounts?
not at this present moment, I don't.
Are you aware that George Wagner had his own credit cards?
Yes, there are certainly credit cards in Mr. Wagner's name.
Where's the last document I handed you?
Number 12.
Thank you. Wagner Exhibit 13. Can you identify that, please?
It is a typewritten piece of paper, Klinger Accounting and Tax Service. The customer name is listed as George W. Wagner IV, 260 Peterson Road, and it's dated April 5th, 2016, regarding a 2015 tax return.
Okay, thank you. Wagner Exhibit 14, you know what this is?
It's a typewritten document from Klinger Accounting and Tax Service dated March 2nd, 2017, addressed to George W. Wagner IV at 260 Peterson Road. The subject says preparation of your 2016 tax returns.
Thank you. Wagner Exhibit 15. Can you identify that, please?
It's a letter dated January 30th, 2015, from the Law Office of Barbara A. Moore, Attorney at Law, addressed to George Wagner, 260 Peterson Road, and reference Wagner versus Wagner.
Can you read it, please?
It says, Dear George, enclosed, please find your certified copy of the final judgment entry on dissolution along with the magistrate order. The court should have mailed Tabitha's to your address. Both of you will need to keep in a safe place for future need. Thank you. Sincerely, signed Barbara A. Moore.
And I'm sorry, what's the date on that?
January 30th of 2015.
Thank you. Showing an envelope. I believe this would be Wagner Exhibit, what was the last one, please?
15.
So we'll take this one, 16. This is an envelope containing various records. Can you just tell us what's on the outside of that?
It appears to be stamped Thomas G. Klinger, EA.
And what's this? Tax return records, the name?
George and Tabitha Wagner, from
Go ahead.
the period ending 2013.
Wagner Exhibit 17. Can you identify that?
It's the same type of envelope, tax return records. The name is George and Tabitha Wagner, the period ending 2012.
Appears Mr. Wagner was taking care of his tax business, does it not?
It appears he was filing taxes.
What was the last number there, please?
17.
Let's try 18, Wagner Exhibit 18. An envelope I'm handing you, can you just read up the top left corner there?
The name is George Wagner IV, and the date is March 10th, 2015.
Wagner Exhibit, is this 19 or am I losing track?
This will be 19.
Thank you. You know what this item is found from the top?
It appears to be a handwritten note with George Wagner IV's information, including a social security number and a phone number, an account number at First State Bank, and it lists employment information, expenses.
Handwritten document, right?
It appears to be potentially a copy of a handwritten document. I can't say
Okay. Obviously, you don't know who wrote that, right?
I can't say for certain, no.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, you could say. There are various documents in here that relate to Angela Wagner, is that correct?
Without seeing specific ones. And there are, among all of their belongings, there are commingled documents, there's records. This was all of their household belongings, so it's
All right.
expected that there would be documents from multiple people.
But you don't know, I'm sorry, you do not have a list of all the documents found in this particular tub, is that right?
I don't.
Wagner Exhibit 20. Can you identify that, please?
This appears to be a bank statement from a Merchants National Bank account mailed to Robin Carol Wagner, P.O. Box 845 in Piketon.
Okay, so we even have documents in here that are not related to George, Angela, Billy, and Jake, correct? This is Robin.
This is a Robin Wagner. I believe at one time they all used the PO Box 845. So.
Okay. But this tote contains many records for many different people, correct?
Sure.
Let me go on to a different topic for a moment. Did you review or analyze any of the trail cameras found out of Route 41?
I did not perform any analysis of trail cameras. That would be something assigned to our cybercrimes unit.
Okay. What about telephones?
I did not perform any extractions, but I did review telephones, yes.
Okay. And did you obtain pictures from those phones?
I believe some of them had pictures on them, yes.
Okay. You were shown exhibit number CC176 previously. That was the green composition book that had Edward Wagner's name on the front, correct?
Yes,
You remember that item?
yes,
All right. Edward is Jake, correct?
yes,
All right. And the different diagrams and stick figures that you testified about earlier, those were contained in his green composition book. Is that correct?
those were found inside that notebook, yes.
All right. That was in his composition notebook, correct?
It had his name on the front. I can't be certain that it was his.
Right. You don't know if anything belongs to anybody. You just know what you found, right? So you found a notebook with his name on the front and hand-drawn documents that you testified to earlier, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, the Walmart receipt that you just testified to, where the athletic wear shoes were purchased, there were 2 pairs of shoes purchased. Is that correct?
well, there are definitely 2 pairs that were purchased. It appeared that there was a third scanning or a third item that was voided
All right.
on the
There were
receipt.
2 pairs purchased, according to that receipt. Am I correct?
Yes,
Not 3, 2.
yes.
Okay. I got just a moment here. Thank you very much. Judge, I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. First of all, you were asked if you inventory the documents that you placed in, or that were in that tub, right? That's how you found it, correct?
Yes.
We saw the picture of the tub. How that was found, and I believe the custody documents related to, purported to be ones written by Hannah Rhoden, was on the very top, and you could see it through the lid, correct?
Yes,
And that is how you found it, correct?
yes,
Okay. In the same tub there that obviously has George Wagner's tax returns in it, correct?
yes,
Various other items that Mr. Parker just pointed out to you that identified or were documents belonging to George Wagner, correct?
yes,
And was taken from the vehicle belonging to George Wagner, correct?
yes,
Okay. first of all, you were also asked about the envelope, the certified document. When I handed that to you, I had them all clipped together, correct? The certified envelope, the regular envelope, I think one was March
It's all,
28th.
it's all different than how it was, so.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Just- Okay, so. We saw this document twice, and there was 2 different envelopes. And these documents, would you agree with me, appear to have been folded
Yes,
as you would put them into an envelope, correct?
yes.
Okay. I will go ahead and take the time now to mark these individually so that we know that they belong together. The CC295D, what was originally marked as CC295D, I will put 1 on that.
So that's
And
not-
that is the certified envelope.
Is that CC 295D1?
Yep.
E,
D.
one.
And then CC295D2, I will put on one of those letters. And that,
One of those letters is,
it has case number DRC 2014047 up in the corner, right-hand corner. And it's typed Tabitha Wagner with no signature on it. And then CC295D3 will be the not certified envelope, postmarked March 30th, 2015.
Yes,
And then I will mark the second letter as CC295D4. And then the printout of what appears to be local rules. CC295D5. And then the item entitled second visit and appears to be written on a receipt of some sort,
Yes.
correct? And does appear to actually be signed Tabitha Wagner.
yes,
CC295D6. And then the last item related to this series, CC295D7.
what is that?
It is just a stationary, piece of stationery with John Stevenson's name and phone number marked on it, which yeah, okay. Okay. You were asked to identify the tax return of Jake Wagner, correct, in that, or of George Wagner in that same container, correct?
yes, there were multiple years.
Okay. And
Probably on go K. I have a J, but I'm going to listen for it. So go 295K.
I think we did one. did an L,
We
right?
did 288 now.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Okay, so I'm just gonna mark State's Exhibit CC 295K, and can you tell us whose tax documents those are?
And the name listed on the envelope is Edward Wagner with the date March 2nd, 2017 for the year ending 2016.
Okay. And Ms. Eveslage, I won't ask you to go into all the financial documents of the Wagners, but you are familiar with those documents or those accounts, all the various accounts,
Yes.
correct? Multiple accounts where multiple Wagners are listed on the same account, correct?
Yes, or signers on the account, owners of the account, et cetera.
Okay. And additionally, are you aware of the income of George and Jake, and actually Billy came from Wagner Trucking Business,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
There was also a doing business as name, I don't recall what it was off the top of my head, but self-employed as truckers.
Okay. And you already talked about the calendar that indicated George and Billy would drive together, Billy and Jake, George and Jake, they would periodically drive together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if I asked you this, but I think I did, but just to make sure, you don't inventory those documents, but are they actually scanned?
Yes, all of the paperwork here was scanned by another analyst in my unit, or a number of analysts. They were scanned as they were received.
Okay.
So they may not be in
Placed
the
back.
exact order that they were in the tote, but they went back to the actual container that they came from.
Okay. And that's something that's provided and provided in discovery, et cetera,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Okay. And just for clarification, on that one item that we marked as the calendar, and we bound it together, right? You testified that there was actually two different 2015 calendars in
Yes.
that same exhibit,
Yes.
correct? Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Any additional cross?
No, thank you.
You may step down. This is state intent to call.
If we could approach, yes, we do have another witness that I need to get on. Yes, okay. Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Special Agent Jenkins to the stand.
These are we just said.
You're going to step right up here. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Be seated. You state and examine.
Jonathan Jenkins.
Welcome back, Special Agent Jenkins. How are you this afternoon?
Just fine, thank you.
Okay. Just wanted to follow up with you on just a brief matter. Did you participate in the search warrants that were conducted on May 12th of 2017 regarding the Wagner's properties?
I did not.
Okay. And can you tell us on that date of May 12th of 2017, were you asked to complete a task in relation to the searches that were being conducted?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and can you tell us what that task was?
Sure. So I received information from our special agent in charge, Benjamin Suver. And on that date, he asked me to do some follow-up investigations at the closest Walmart. At that point in time, I was currently involved in some follow-up investigation in the Portsmouth, Ohio area. So with that information that was provided by Benjamin Suver, I then traveled to the nearest Walmart, which was located in New Boston, Ohio.
Okay, and I'm just going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit CC 265 and removing the item that's in there. If you could just look at that and tell me if you recognize.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
So a photograph of this particular receipt would have been sent to me, and with the instructions to look up a few SKU numbers related to some athletic shoes purchased at a Walmart store.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what information were you able to obtain regarding the 2 pairs of athletic shoes that were purchased on that date from Walmart?
Sure. So once I arrived at the Walmart store there in New Boston, I just went to the customer service counter. I identified myself and asked the woman behind the counter if she could help me locate the SKU numbers that were associated with these athletic, men's athletic shoes. And she did. She punched the SKU number into their database there at the Walmart store, and it came up that it was men's athletic shoes. However, their system couldn't tell me specifically things like the size and color and what have you.
Okay. Did you ultimately determine what the size and color was of those?
Yes, her and I did. After she checked the database, we actually walked back to the shoe department and started physically looking through the men's athletic shoes, trying to match the SKU numbers on the receipt with the SKU numbers on the particular price tags on these shoes. And we were able to identify an exact match of the SKU numbers.
Okay. And can you tell us what those came back to?
Sure. Both of the shoes were gray in color. One was a size 10.5 and the other was a size 11.
Okay. And were those the Athletic Works shoe at Walmart?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And after you recovered that information, what did you do with that information?
So after I received that information, I took photographs of the shoes themselves along with the price tags, which had the same SKU numbers on them, and then I provided that information to our investigative team.
Okay. And is that the extent of the tasks that you were asked to do on May 12th, 2017 in relation to the search warrants that were being conducted on the Wagner's properties?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I have no other questions, Sherman.
Defense will cross-examine.
Good afternoon, sir. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
What does SKU mean?
That's just a department number. I'm not sure. SKU is a number that's most department stores provide to identify various types of merchandise.
All right. Had you looked up a SKU number before at Walmart?
At this particular Walmart, no, I did not.
Did you go to the Waverly Walmart?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Right, you may step down. The state didn't call any additional witnesses today.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we will be recessing. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a long weekend. The courthouse, government offices are closed on Monday, October 10th. So we will be resuming on Tuesday morning, October 11th at 9 o'clock. So we have a long weekend here. It's very important that you follow the instructions that you've been given you to the point where you may be tired of hearing them. But it's very important that I give them. It's very important that you follow them. You're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You're to do no research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts of the case or the law of the case, from any source whatsoever. You're not to read, listen to, or view any reports or any accounts at all concerning this case from any source at all. And that would include sources such as Facebook or other internet sources, any social media sources. It would include newspapers, radio, television. You're to refrain from looking at, from viewing, listening to, or reading any accounts or reports of the case from any source at all. And of course, you're not to have any contact with any participants in the case, which would include, of course, parties, counsel, or witnesses. You'll be leaving your notepads on your seats, as you've been doing, and you'll be wearing your badges home. But do remember, you are to be back here on Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock at the, that would be, Tuesday the 11th, if I'm correct on that. Yes, Tuesday the 11th of October at 9 o'clock at the jury room. You'll be brought back up here as you have been every day by an employee of the court. Does counsel for the state or the defense have anything further that you wish to put on the record before we adjourn until Tuesday, October 11th?
No, thank you. We have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, then we are adjourned.